return to home. Hello, welcome back to day 2 of Launch Canada. We're here at launch day 2, fixing up for an exciting day. We got 2 rockets already on the pad, as you might have seen from the stream here. Currently queued to launch is ATS, the Rockets, with the rocket here displayed on screen. Immediately following, we will be visiting Queen's University rocket team. Pad is currently red, meaning we're standing by for launch any minute now. We have restored our tracking cam footage as well as our drone footage. They should both be presented on the screen here. So you will all get to experience it same as us. All of the teams are out this morning, waiting for the first high power launch of the competition. It is a gorgeous morning. The sky is... There isn't a cloud in it. It's completely blue, as I'm sure you might be able to see at some point from the drone footage. The winds are extremely calm, and it is much warmer than yesterday morning. So these are some very good conditions for flight. We're expecting to get through quite a few of the rockets today, back to back to back. Fixing up to be a real exciting day for sure. We just got the go for launch, so we're going to see it any second. We're going to see the countdown here. We don't have a direct feed for the countdown, but everyone here in person can hear it. Joining me on the microphone here is Brendan Griffin. All right, Brendan. ATS, go for launch.
ATS is go for launch. This is the first university launch of Launch Canada. Hopefully our tracking cam here also catches some good footage. We'll see.
We have Simon on the tracking camera, and we have Alec flying the drone. So we're flying this on an M5600. They're flying a life-sustaining payload system. We mentioned yesterday that was the quail egg for vibration dampening. All right, just got the announcement, go for launch. We count down in just a moment.
Okay, we're going to make the launch. Pad A, pad 2, continuity, next green light. Countdown.
And the countdown.
4, 3, 2, 1.
There we are. There it goes.
And it's gone.
Gorgeous first launch, straight as an arrow there.
Beautiful launch there by ATS. Straight up into the blue. Waiting on the deployment of the recovery system now.
Here's the part where everyone's eyes are to the skies, trying to spot the rocket. Everyone's looking for indication of event here. Once we see an event, that basically confirms that we have a successful, usually deployment of a drogue chute, and then the second event.
They got an event. So yeah, essentially what everyone's looking for up in the sky right now is basically a cloud indicating that the recovery system is deployed. So typically these teams use some sort of gas to pressurize the fuselage in order to pop the nose cone off. And you can usually see that. The team has visual on the rocket. I believe their parachutes are out, or at least their drogue is out.
See that drone flying above us there? Hello. Everyone's eyes to the skies following that descent drogue.
It's a long way up there. Pretty hard to see. A couple of the ATS people can see it. The rest of us are looking in the sky.
10,000 feet, still under reef.
They're passing through 10,000 feet. They are under their reefed parachute right now. So they're coming down nicely at the moment.
far as I understand, they're currently going nominal. We're just waiting on that final event once they descend a bit more. Final event, that would be the unreefing to the full-size chute, so they can have a nice cushy landing.
It'd be absolutely amazing. It's very difficult to get a chute that does that during flight. Absolute testament to the engineering done by ETS. Should they pull that off? Even if they don't pull it off, this has been an amazing rocket from what we could see.
Absolutely. And descent under drogue means they're definitely getting that rocket back no matter what.
Yep. So long as they have GPS, they will get it back. They're passing through 5,000 feet. That's what we're hearing from the crowd.
They have a radio link. We still don't have a visual. We're waiting for that unreefing, so we've got an easier target to see in the sky. See our tracking cam, looking for it there.
They have main.
All right, we just got confirmation on main deployment. That's great. That means this has been a nominal flight. Well done, ATS. Well done, Rockets.
Yeah. They had their main deploy at 1,200 feet. Absolutely impressive recovery there by ETS. They are getting their rocket back. It'll probably be in great condition. We'll see it. We'll see if we can get some footage for you guys after they get it back. Oh, the ETS team has visual now. They can see it coming down over the horizon. Oh, there it is. It's lined up with the tree there, Aaron. It is coming at the tree line now, and it is coming down. Not sure how well you guys can hear the crowd cheering, but huge congratulations to ETS for a beautiful first launch for Launch Canada. Or first university launch for Launch Canada of 2024.
Cooking starting off with a launch like that, I think, is a really good news for the rest of us.
Yeah. Man.
You really couldn't ask for more ideal weather than this, right?
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna go and change the screen. I need Queens' rocket name, team number, and...
What I'm wondering is, do we want to just set the webcam outside so we can watch the teams?
I need Queens' information now.
We guys will go 5 off from the static pad. This start comes down beautifully.
How's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Well,
yeah, but like I didn't This is Bessie.
Bessie, the cow.
The cow, yeah. It'll be launching on a 03400.
Very nice. Do you know projected altitude?
Projected is about 29,000.
That's good.
Yeah.
You know events we'll go for?
Sorry?
Like events like shoot?
Shoot, yep, there should be a joke shoot right at the top, and then 5 to 10,000 feet.
Fantastic. We'll talk to you guys after.
All right, thank you.
Anyone who wants to come by.
You guys aren't live on the screen right now, by the way.
Awesome.
I was just getting
Bye,
info
guys.
Okay, Queens.
So Queens is up next.
Yep, we got it.
We got the info.
I don't have their team number or anything, but I have their name and everything, so that's okay.
You want me to ask?
It's okay. Leave it. It's just the team number I'm missing.
We've got a couple of
Sure. Okay, a few minutes. It's fine.
All right. Coming up next is Queen's University QRET.
1-7?
That is Queen's Rocketry Engineering Team QRET. with the rocket Bessie. They're going to be flying on an O3400 rocket motor. That is expected altitude of, they said 29,000 feet. So it's going to be a very high, very fast rocket. Interesting thing about this rocket, it's actually painted to look like a cow, hence the name Bessie. We love rockets with lots of character, so we're really wishing the best for Bessie. Post-launch, we'll try to have some of their team come in to talk about their launch. Pad's still red, we're just waiting on the go for launch confirmation. The team is all out here watching with their antennas, hoping to establish a signal and start getting some packets so they can start giving us updates on the launch.
Pad 3, with an expected altitude of 29,000 feet, flying on an O3400, with a gas recognition unit as payload. We have rocket of Bessie with the wonderful cow print on it.
Alright, we're getting the call out on the rocket information now. Just went through it there. Once again, this is QRET, Queen University's rocket Bessie, projecting 29,000 feet on an O3400. We just got go for launch confirmation. We'll be getting the countdown shortly. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it goes. See from our tracking cam, trying just to get the smoke plume there. It went up really fast, fairly straight. Looks like a nominal launch so far for Bessie and QRET.
I think I saw it for a second. It's like shiny up there. Oh, you see where the puff was?
So I'm killing live stream on my end. I'm killing camera.
Alright, no updates from the team yet. They seem to be tracking, receiving packets, which is good news. We just got an update, sent to 25,000.
I'm assuming it's like they're watching Rocketry.
Our tracking camera is still doing its best to locate it. Looks like our LCO in the way of the lens there. Just sent to 23. Descent sounds like about 100 feet per second. It's firm stroke before that. Apologies for that, folks. We're going to get the drone view back just in a moment. Just lost signal, so they're going to check it out. Alright, currently descended to 6,000 feet. We don't have confirmation of main chute yet, which it sounds like is good news because they're not expecting main chute deployment for a few more 1,000 feet. But they're still on nominal descent, which is good for them. No visual yet. I'd really like to have that. I think that'd be really useful. Yeah, unfortunately, it's really difficult to get a link directly from the rockets because of the size of the packets that need to be transmitted. You require a really high power transformer. So that just adds way too much mass and complexity to most of these rockets to actually properly transmit live video. Oh, that sounds like chute deployment. This is good news. So congratulations to Queen's Rocketry. That's good. Sounds like we've had 2 nominal flights today. Well, looks like we lost drone, or we returned to drone footage here, so I'm going to bring that back for you.
They just talk. You have exhilarating. Sorry. Probably make our way over to isn't there and then no idea. Live stream to Zach. How's it going there? Not great. 500 meters from which direction? It was basically Alright, and I'm banning. Hey Brendan, I'm banning this guy, okay? Good, I have done.
He's ripping on other people talking in chat, so.
Okay, cool. Ben? Chat.
Gabby,
Okay. I'm gonna go keep through.
it just went up. I'm not sure. Dylan! He's in chats with Sean. Yeah, they're blank.
They're main deployed, but it was 60 feet per second and they're main.
He had main, so I don't know.
It was 100 feet, then it slowed down to 60, so I don't think it will over.
It went up beautifully though. Yeah, Dylan's talking. In a moment.
How were the launches, guys?
Yeah, we got a bit of a bump on main, Chris Hobbs is saying here. By the way, if you see any messages from Chris Hobbs in chat, what he says, his word is law. He's the, what's the word, launch LCO. Chris Hobbs is the LCO. What's that stand for? Or RSO, the range safety officer. Yeah. So he's basically the head honcho of all operations that go on here.
Do you want to take the tracking cam down?
It's a good idea. Someone else want to switch board for a sec? I was also thinking that we should get the webcam in such a state that we can move it out and look at the crowd while they're watching the rocket.
We can set the second one up for that, can't we?
It's zip tied to the LCO stand right now.
I'll go grab it then.
But let's deal with this. Yeah.
You guys deal with that. I'll go. Do you want me to get it from upstairs or do we want Chris Cam?
What's that? Just like inputting from.
And they're in constant contact in teams, so they'll be giving them updates on when they're ready to start their fill.
Yeah, I'll go get the
Once they're ready to start
All right, thanks, guys. This has been quite the exciting morning. Oh, stream's frozen.
Choose the source again. Like rechange the source for the camera.
We're just screwing with something. The camera seems to be frozen. But I'll get to your questions in just a second.
Yeah, this morning it was really vital we captured the launches because ATS and Queens were both ready to go right away, which was great news. And you really have to seize those launch windows when you get them.
They beat us to the launch pad, so we had some last second setup to do. But yeah,
Yeah, I also, you know what I think we should take a moment to do is I kind of want to thank all the volunteers that are out here with all the student teams, like that have traveled from straight up across Canada and some internationally just to, be here and help folks set up and launch these rockets.
It's pretty impressive. I mean, we were always looking for more hands. So if you are interested in helping out, we're happy to have more volunteers. Oh, we're back. Okay,
we're
sweet.
Back live.
It sounds like we're going to be going to some advanced launches in the near future. So we're going to be looking at potentially McGill's rocket next, and that'll be a hybrid rocket, which will be the first of the advanced rockets to launch. Okay, so let's get to the questions in the chat. What is a drogue? Is, as Misha very kindly explained, it's a small parachute. And so all of the rockets, all of the university rockets that are launching will have a dual stage recovery. That is to say that at the apogee, at the top of their flight, they're going to eject a small parachute or a parachute that is tied up. This is the drogue parachute, or in the case of a team like ATS, a reefed parachute, where they have just one parachute but it's tied up for the beginning stage of its descent. And it's just intended to stabilize the rocket. So we don't want the rocket tumbling. We don't want the rocket to be falling so fast that if we opened a larger parachute, it would just break off of the rocket. And so that's the purpose of the drogue. It also helps to minimize drift. So it's a relatively wind-still morning on the ground here, but the wind in the upper layers is significantly higher. And as we saw with Queen's rocket, I mean, Queen's looks like they have over a 5-kilometer walk to get to their rocket. They're going to be out there for a while, even with the drogue parachute sort of minimizing their drift over the course of the descent. So a drogue parachute, in short, is a smaller parachute that goes out first, and it's there to stabilize and sort of slow down the rocket a little bit before we release the main parachute at about 1,500 feet, 1,200 feet, 1,000 feet, somewhere like that. Or if you're not in freedom units, then we're looking at 300 meters.
About a third of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, usually in meters is about a third of feet. That's like the quick and dirty approximation. There are a couple techniques, actually. So the reason we don't want to just put our main chute out right away, of course, is it can get a little bit windy. And if it's falling really, really slow, it's going to be carried by that wind way further away. And so that's not really what we want because we're in the middle of a forest. Sometimes we get a main deployment at apogee. That sometimes means, it usually means the rocket's going to be okay, but it often sometimes means that rocket is going to be many, many kilometers away from the launch site. You don't want that either, because we're traveling through woodlands. This is recently cleared forest. It doesn't matter where you're launching. If we're launching in an open desert, kilometers through the desert, right? None of that's really ideal. So you still want to come by somewhere near where you launched. It's more just so that it's easier to collect it. Yeah.
Do you have the Lorex?
The other thing we want to, like the other strategy that's oftentimes employed with these rockets, to get to kind of stage where you have a small chute and then a big chute, it's called a reefed chute. And this is essentially one parachute that is folded up a bit to start. So when it first comes out, the parachute is almost folded in on itself, so it kind of acts like a small chute. It acts like a drogue chute, even though it's the same thing. And then when you get to the height that you would want the main chute to come out at, it will cut a tie or release something, and then the rest of the chute inflates. So the rest of the chute comes out and slows it more. So this has big advantages and disadvantages. Some of the advantages, obviously, it's lighter with the fact that you only have one parachute to worry about. You also don't have to worry about like multiple ejections. You only have to worry about making one shoot. So simpler in those aspects. But it is much more technically complex. And when it comes to engineering or any systems, the more complexity means more points of failure, means things are more likely to go wrong and fail. And so that's why every time we see a reef shoot, whenever we see either it doesn't inflate or it doesn't deploy at all, it's more common because these are more points of failure, right?
Yeah. I will also reference some of the videography that we had today, so I'll fess up to that. That's my bad hands. We're working with what we've got here, and we have some minimal resources. We're unfortunately not NASA yet. We need to work on the robotic tracking of rockets.
Yeah, and I mean, none of us are media people by trade either. We're all
exactly.
We're all. I mean, we can't legally say engineers, but we're all like engineers by trade. And we've been doing live streams for 4 days now. So
it's been great.
We like to think we're getting the hang of it.
But more to the point, if you have experience with this, if you want to help out, if you have tech or are willing to share information, share resources, we would love to know about them, because I mean this is going to continue for quite a while, and so if we have the opportunity to improve, I fully want to. We're just working on whatever we can do this year and improve for future years.
Yeah. So we are.
So yeah, we're gonna be going to. Oh, what's going on with the audio there, Brendan? Oh, there we go. I apparently was drowning out Aaron. Sorry. Ooh.
Do we want to maybe go into a little bit of an introductory of the parts of the rocket for those at home maybe who are totally new?
Yeah. Do you want to grab a rocket for us to disassemble quickly?
I will be right back.
In the meantime, I'm all good. Thank you, though. Do you want to join? Yeah. Well, we have a few rockets that we've been working on over the last few days, smaller rockets like the ones you saw launched yesterday, and so we'll be able to bring them out and sort of talk through a little bit of the technical specs and technical details, things that we're better at than videography, for the launches, or for folks at home who maybe have a son, a daughter, a nephew, a grandkid at this launch site who was telling their person in their life that they were going to launch rockets and didn't tell them much else. So we'll try and demystify some of the terminology. We'll try and give you a little bit more background on what we're doing as opposed to why we're doing it necessarily.
Speaking of demystifying it a little bit, we have... oh, okay. Speaking of demystifying, I'm going to hand it back to Aaron. There we go.
So we've got a half-finished and a finished rocket coming into the frame. We're just outside of the frame right now. Aaron has been very... Oh goodness, I'm losing my English. Fleißig.
Let's talk a bit about how
busy.
rockets work. So we have a couple of rockets in frame here. These here, if I can get the whole thing, Nico, you're in front of my view. There we go. So this is the rocket that I'm personally going to be launching for the certification flights later, in a couple days. And this one here, Simon, you want to grab yours?
Mine, in a much more unfinished state, is here.
Now, it's still probably mostly flyable. It just looks a little bit rudimentary. It's a little bit rough around the edges.
Rough around the edges is a polite way of saying that.
Yeah. Let's talk about the different parts, the major design considerations with a rocket.
Yeah.
Do we want to start with...
start tip to tail?
Yeah. Let's start with the motor, because that's really what...
Tail to tip.
Yeah. So, at the very bottom, we've talked about this a lot yesterday, you have the motor. This is the thing that makes fire come out. And if you're familiar with, Newton's... is it the first law? No, it's the third law. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. it spits out gas particles flying out at such a speed at the back that it propels the whole solid body forward. And so these mechanisms can be complicated to develop, but they can also be extremely simple. Those are the solid motors that we and most of the teams here are flying on today.
Aaron, do you want to explain a little bit about what you mean when you say solid motor? Seeing as we're going to some hybrid motor launches in the near future.
Like a good idea. So essentially, to basically make fire, what's happening here? You want a fuel, an oxidizer, and sometimes you just say oxygen or air. But truly, it can be anything that contains oxygen, and a source of ignition. So typically, you will see a mix with a solid motor. Essentially means that. Thanks, folks, for giving us comments on the stream. This is our first time as well, and honestly, this equipment is not the best, but we're trying to make it work. Okay.
So continuing on.
Right. So you have a mix, basically, of finely ground powder so that they can actually react with each other, a finely ground solid oxidizer, a finely ground solid fuel that are mixed together. Typically, the mixture in here is ammonium perchlorate and...
we need Brendan for that one.
I forgot the fuel. Brendan's
expert.
Genuinely our propulsion engineer. But when you react them together, a source of ignition, you put an igniter in the back, which basically lights up the motor and allows the reactions to happen, spewing gas out the back. So, different amounts of fuel are going to create a different amount of thrust, a different amount of total energy. We talked about that a bit before, but in general, the size of your motor and how heavy it is going to dictate how big the rest of your rocket has to be. So we can talk a little bit more about the other considerations in the airframe here. I mean, there are some major parts. You can probably walk us through if you want.
Yeah, so let's go. So starting from the front, we have the nose cone, which, is it tacked in or is it?
It is tacked in.
Okay. I'll pull my nose cone off then. So we have a nose cone.
We can talk about just the outside and then go through the inside later.
And then we transition from a nose cone. So this is simply there to break through the air. There's plenty of different shapes of nose cones. If you get some if we can get some up close shots from the conference day of some of the rockets, you'll see some are more rounded, some are longer. You can see in a lot of military applications, they might have sort of very bulbous noses. Organizations like SpaceX or United Launch Alliance might have sort of a larger nose, and then it tapers back into a smaller body. Fundamentally, all of these are doing the same thing, just sort of specialized for a different velocity or for a different purpose. Both of our rockets are not going to be going anywhere near as fast as the two rockets that you saw this morning. They're both subsonic, so we have both sized our nose cones to be subsonic capable, sort of minimize the drag of our rockets. Going backwards, we have the body tubes. Now, Aaron's body is in two distinct sections. You can see there's one section here with the tracking stripes, and then there's a second section here with the fins and the rest of the body attached. This is in principle, or this is in contrast to my rocket, where it's all in one big section and there's only one split. Aaron's rocket is closer to the rockets that you're going to see with a lot of the university teams, where they're doing most commonly what is called dual split, dual deploy recovery. So that means that there are two places where the rocket splits in half, releasing two parachutes, like we were talking about a moment ago. So the first split will release the drogue parachute, the second split will release the main parachute. For the purposes of my rocket here, I only require one split because my rocket is just not going that high. And so I can afford to have a main parachute released at the top of my flight and sort of pay the drift penalty and recognize that my rocket might land a little bit further away to reduce the complexity, like we were talking about reefing parachutes. And then all the way at the back of the rocket, we have fins. You might notice Aaron has a somewhat unique configuration in that he has 5 fins. My fins, which are currently in a much uglier state, there are only 4 fins. You'll see 6-fin, 3-fin designs. You can see ring fins where it looks like a donut. You can see tube fins where it looks like there's a bunch of tubes glued around the outside of the rocket. All of these serve functionally the same purpose, and that is to stabilize the rocket. So with all of the sort of amateur rocketry that is being done here, we don't have any control mechanisms or active control mechanisms involved in our rocket. We're simply relying on the stability of aerodynamic, or the air passing over the rocket to keep the rocket from spinning over, from tumbling, from doing anything that we don't want it to do. And the fins are the primary method by which we do that. So we each ran simulations of our rockets to determine how large we needed to make them, how many fins we needed to make them, were put on the rocket, and resulted in the two very different designs that we have there. You want to talk a little bit about what went into your 5-fin design?
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit about the simulation as well. There's a program called Open Rocket, which is pretty much drag and drop. You choose what size you want and what you want everything to be, and it tells you how your rocket's going to perform. But realistically, for lower power motors, like if you're looking at like A-class rockets, which are only about this big usually,
okay, so it looks like we've got a while before McGill is going to be launching. They're about an hour, but they're close. So hybrid rocket motors take a long time to get set up. They've been out there since Friday, and they're still working to make sure that everything is ready for their launches. Same with the liquid rocket motors. They take a long time to set up and make sure that we have, you're dealing with pressure vessels at that point, so you want to take it nice and slowly and make sure that you don't have...
And we're working on getting those pad cams back for you as well, so you can have a closer look at what they're doing out there. But in the meantime, yeah, so you can use those softwares, but what I genuinely think everyone should do, if you are interested in making a rocket, which firstly, they're fun little kits. It's a weekend project. There are little A-class motors. Simon, I think your mic was on mute.
Shoot, it was. Whoops.
Essentially what we were saying there is we have updates on McGill. Oh, and also ATS is about to do a static fire soon.
Well, we're looking at...
We currently don't have pad cam footage. We're waiting on our little modem to connect to the network.
Yeah,
there.
But
So
we'll have drone footage for
drone
either of those. So,
but until we get to that, yeah. But they sell little kits, and they're really they're fun little things. I mean, I first built one when I was 5 years old with my dad. Great projects if you want to do it with kids, or even if you just want something to do and you have nothing either. There are a couple companies, SDs and Quest. They make really nice kits that give you step-by-step instructions and even gives you some techniques of how to go about constructing your things. They're little tiny cardboard tubes. You don't need a license to buy the motors for them. A launch kit doesn't cost a lot, usually $20 to $30 for all the launch equipment, and a kit, like the kit to build the rocket itself, will cost anywhere from, I think, $12 it costs for an Alpha from SDs, up to like maybe $30 on the upper end. So it's really not that expensive of a project either. And if you're interested at all, even if you don't want to fly it, you just want to see how they're made, I totally recommend you give that a go. Check your local hobby shop for sure, for one. It's always good to support small businesses. We also recommend a great place to shop is allrockets.ca. It's a Canadian rocket source. They're actually sponsoring this event as well, so we appreciate their support. But I get many of my kits from there, even if we weren't sponsored from them.
There's only so many places that you can buy rocket parts from. So
yeah, exactly.
Having a Canadian supplier is very, very useful.
So let's talk about the inside of the rocket, now that we've talked about the airframe and all the stuff on the outside. I think yours might be a little bit more hooked up right now than mine.
Yes, so I will pull the spaghetti out of my rocket.
Do you want to get it in frame, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just going to release everything. Do you want to move it down?
I don't think anything's in frame there, Nico.
Have you? I think you just kicked the cable and... Oh no.
We're back. Okay. Yeah, so getting on to what we call the recovery line, basically the guts of the rocket.
Yes. So
it's essentially.
Sorry, Nico is just screwing around with the
It's not the most
camera
glamorous part that you think of when you think of rockets, but it is, in my opinion, and in a lot of our opinions, the most important part.
There we go. Okay. So we've got from your right, our left, we've got the nose cone, which is tied off to an eye bolt here. The eye bolt and the resulting shock cord then connects to my parachute. And from there, whoops, the shock cord then connects to the other end of the rocket body. So you'll notice that the two lengths between the nose cone, the two lengths of shock cord between the nose cone and the main body are different. And that's so that on the way down, the nose cone and the rocket body don't contact one another. I don't want to dent my rocket if at all possible.
Demonstrate that here. Brandon, can you hold the nose cone? Yeah. So this fully extended and that fully extended, they're not going to hit.
We're not going to get in touch with one another. You'll also notice connected on my parachute here, you have a swivel link. So that allows the parachute might spin while it is on its way down, and we don't want that to end up tangling the shock cord if at all possible. So I have a free spinning swivel link here so that we avoid the sort of entire shock cord length, this orange length here, to get all tangled up. And then, yeah, finally we have the actual parachute itself. And also, inside we have a parachute protector. So the way that this parachute gets out into the airstream is when the motor finishes launching, or when the motor finishes firing, there's a delay, and then a second smaller charge ignites and creates a bunch of pressure in the top section of the rocket. And in doing so, it pressurizes that whole thing. The only thing holding the nose cone into the rocket is friction, and so it pushes the nose cone off. The weight of the nose cone will pull the rest of the parachute system out. But we do. It's not. I haven't tried that yet, so don't. But because it is a black powder charge, essentially, that is, or an ammonium perchlorate charge that is causing the pressure to build up, we don't want it to burn through the parachute. I would like to have a completed parachute back, not one with holes in it, or not a charred mess of a parachute.
And also because a charred parachute isn't going to work as a parachute.
Yeah, exactly. And so there is some Nomex cloth between the parachute and the ejection charge that sort of prevents the whole thing from burning up. And
now on lower like A-class models, like the ones we mentioned you get from the hobby store, they use something called recovery wadding. It's basically tissue paper that's just a fire retardant. It doesn't allow the chutes to catch fire.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the material as well that the chutes are made of, because this is what, ripstop?
This is ripstop nylon, so
this is something that's available at most fabric suppliers, actually.
Yep.
With a little bit of sewing practice, you can get it right. You can also buy them off the shelf. Mine is just standard nylon, but it's an off-the-shelf parachute. Additionally, the small kits, they usually come with a polyethylene or like a really thin plastic, and even that's sufficient. In fact, if you get the really, really small ones, they don't even have a parachute. They just have a little streamer, and that's all they need.
It's just, all of this is just a way of creating enough drag to slow down the rocket so that it doesn't break. Ideally, it doesn't break when it hits the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, there you go. What we did in the last, what was that, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? We could have done it in 3 minutes, but we probably took 10 to 15.
We're good at rambling.
My microphone was muted for the last little bit, but Simon got the main points.
Yeah, and so what we have done, what we've explained here in the last couple of minutes is what these teams have been working on at a larger scale with more complexity added in. So they also have a lot of electronics, so GPS involved, or ejection motor or ejection electronics. So they did not buy just number of seconds after the motor burns out, but rather by the altitude at which it is at. So, that all becomes significantly more difficult. They'll have radio transponders so that they can get telemetry from the rocket, so that we know how fast and where the rocket is.
And all this to say, like, if it's not clear, you don't really need any of that to get into rocketry.
No.
All you need is you need an airframe, a parachute, and a motor, and all of those can just be bought. If you really wanted, you can buy completed rockets just that you can launch. I personally think everyone should try building one first, but you can buy completed build ones from the hobby stores or the websites we mentioned.
Nico, do you want to put us back up to normal?
Yeah. So, I'd also like to know if there are any questions you guys had from that explanation. We hope we went into not too much depth, because both of us tend to ramble quite a bit when it comes to talking about rockets. That's why we're here, actually.
We were tasked with running a live stream that could entertain, not necessarily one that was Hockey Night in Canada quality, but we'll work on that for future years.
Well, that's good enough. One that could help bring Launch Canada to all the
Ooh,
folks
it looks
at
like
home.
we're starting to get some pad cams set up. It's still a work in progress, but we're getting there.
All right. Another thing that's interesting with the parachutes, just not necessarily something you want to keep in mind right now, but something to talk about, is how you put the parachute into the rocket is extremely important. Because when it fires out in the air, you're getting air streams coming in all different directions, and you want it to, we call it inflating. That's basically the parachute comes out with air and catches the air. You want that to happen as soon as possible. And sometimes you have an issue where lines will get tangled, because look at all these strings. There's so many opportunities for them to tangle or catch on little bits. So you need to fold them in really specific ways and put them away in really specific ways to kind of minimize those chances there.
We'll have to get Michelle, one of the mentors for the teams here, up later and show us the most professional way to pack a parachute. He is, I don't know how many jumps experience as a parachutist, and so he has helped our university teams in the past in packing parachutes, and I'm sure that he'll be able to explain to the folks at home very clearly what the do's and don'ts are, because you do want your parachute to come back safely, or your parachute, your rocket,
because that
to
makes your
come
whole
back
rocket
safely.
come back safely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the wind's picking up a tiny bit, but not nearly to the levels we were at yesterday.
No, and as you can see behind us, there's maybe a little bit of wispy cloud, but absolutely nothing that is going to prevent us from launching. So we are waiting on the teams now, unlike waiting on the weather, which was the problem yesterday.
So as soon as those teams are ready to go, plus 15-20 minutes for them to actually go through everything, we're going to have some launch footage, and it looks like one of the teams is going to be static firing today, so that's also very exciting. Is that ATS on the static pad?
Yep. Yeah. Now that they've launched their primary rocket, they can go launch or
what
test
does that
their...
mean? What does that mean, static fire?
So before the teams launch a rocket that can go ballistic or explode or do any other number of things that might cause damage or harm, particularly when it comes to reusable motors, so that is to say hybrid rocket motors, liquid rocket motors, the competition requires of them that they static fire their motors, and that in and of itself is quite the challenge, because what you have to do is you have to set your motor up onto a test rig, a frame that is sufficiently bolted down so that when you fire the motor, it's not going to go anywhere. This is something that is done all the way from amateurs like us to professionals like United Launch Alliance and SpaceX and everyone in between. And for some teams, that in and of itself is enough of a challenge, and Launch Canada wanted to recognize that and incorporated a static test portion of its competition, of its sort of events here.
And that's kind of a unique situation, because
So we're just hearing over the radio, sorry to cut you off, that the ATS hot fire is about in an hour. So
okay.
we've got a little bit of space to fill before
we got
then.
a little bit of time. Yeah. So it's also interesting because you see a lot of teams in the States actually are pretty regularly able to hot fire their stuff. By hot fire, ignite the engine with fire coming out while it's on the ground.
Which is often the last step in testing one of these motors. So typically you will go through, you will have sort of your plumbing system ready to go. You will do some pressure testing to make sure that all of the plumbing that you have in place to sort of fill your rocket, to release all of the fuel and sort of burn eventually, is ready to go and at a safe safety factor. That is to say, it can withstand the pressure that you expect to reach and then some, just in case. We don't want to sort of run on zero margin. After that, typically you will run a cold flow campaign. That is to say, you're going to run oxidizer in the case of a hybrid through your system, or you're going to run oxidizer and fuel separately through your system in the case of a liquid rocket motor. But you're not going to ignite them, and that is to make sure that everything is working as intended, that there's not any sort of real problems with cavitation or anything like that. Well,
and the thing that's really nice about Launch Canada that I wanted to get to is a lot of Canadian teams actually have a really hard time being able to locate ranges or times or the required safety equipment to static fire their rockets. So it's really, really fortunate that Launch Canada has kind of provided this opportunity, because that's really almost the biggest step sometimes, is the logistics for testing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are there other competitions that even have static fires that we can think of, or is this a first?
Spaceport America Cup, you can do ejection charges or ejection testing there. That's just because the teams are flying.
Yeah, that's just testing
also,
for.
I brought this for you guys. I was
Thank
given
you.
it and bribed by one of the very special teams down there.
Can you tell us about this?
So yeah, there are 2 pancakes made by one of the teams and homemade blueberry jam that they went and foraged into the bush for.
Yeah,
it's delicious.
You won't be able to see from the stream, but around us here there's a ton of blueberry bushes, and they are fully in season right now. So we have so many delicious blueberries. Some teams have provided blueberry rakes and sort of really started harvesting them en masse.
Right,
so we're super thankful for the ability to sort of be here and launch rockets here. It's quite the impressive location.
Oh, these are not just pancakes with blueberry jam. These are blueberry pancakes with blueberry jam.
Double blueberry. Can't go wrong with that.
Lunch Canada, shall we?
Yeah, this is the first episode of Lunch Canada.
Oh, God.
All right. Mike muted. Dig in. Simon, dig in. These are some very good pancakes, and that's some very good jam. You can really, fresh fruit, nothing really beats it. Yeah,
I would agree. This is a lovely
If
pancake.
any of you folks are coming in from Timmins today, I definitely recommend don't go too far off the beaten path, but you can see right into the bush. I can see blueberry bushes from here. So definitely recommend giving those a try. Wash them first. They're very sandy. That was my mistake. Yeah. That's Lunch Canada for you. Well, what's some other stuff on the itinerary for today that we're planning to do?
So we're currently waiting on some student teams to get ready. So the major ones that we're looking at is a hybrid launch from McGill out at the advanced pads. So that's probably going to be coming up within the next hour or two. Likely before that, but we'll see. ETS is going to be attempting a static fire of their hybrid over at the static test area. So that's also going to be coming up soon. So those are the 2 things that we're tracking right now. Yeah. Why don't you boys face the owners and put all the action behind you so we can see what's going on?
So there's actually nothing going on in the entire arc all behind us. We can try to point the camera a little bit.
Also, 180 degrees from us at the moment is a shipping container. So,
Yes.
I'm sorry to say, but there's not much action going on here. The action is about 2 kilometers in this direction. We're at the advanced pads.
We're working on getting a radio link from them right now. It's not set up yet, but like we mentioned a lot yesterday, we're in the middle of wilderness where there is no infrastructure. We don't have internet, so we're connecting to satellites. We don't have cell networks, so we've set up radio towers. And I'd actually really like to... Do you think we can get Jess in today to talk a little bit about that?
Sorry, do you want? Oh, the radio towers. Yes.
Yeah, talk about how that system works. I think that would be, I think, really helpful because it's interesting to me. I don't even really understand it.
It's a complicated network that we have set up here.
Another thing, there are a couple things we want to do on the itinerary today between the launches. One of the things is we want to visit the LCO, right? What does LCO stand for?
So the LCO, who is directly above us, is Chris Hobbs, and he is our launch control officer. That is to say, he is, as he put it himself, the traffic cop for this entire operation. He decides who launches, when, and where. He is accompanied by RSOs, that is, range safety officers, and they are the ones that determine whether or not a rocket is safe to fly. So they will give to Chris, the launch control officer, the okay that they believe that the rocket is, sufficiently assembled and ready to go in a technical sense.
And then once he receives that signal, Chris is the one up there in the tower, same location as our tracking camera earlier. He's the one that gets to flip the switch and presses the button and says when they're given the go for launch. So we don't have a direct feed from him yet, but we will be hopefully going up into the tower to give you a closer look at what's actually happening there, because that's something even most of the students here at the competition don't really get a chance to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's been really interesting as a sort of former student to now be behind the scenes and see a little bit of what's going on in the chaos of the background, because there's a lot going on that you don't get to see as a competitor, and so it's really been interesting to sort of explore that new side of the competition.
It's also been really interesting kind of running... Sorry, that was Adam Trumpuer walking behind us, the president of Launch Canada. We're going to get him on later today as well. What else? We want to do a tour of... we're going to see if we can get a tour of the food truck over there.
Yep.
The man working in the food truck was actually very excited about the idea.
So we'll see if we can get him on later. We'll try and show you a little bit more of the site today. Yesterday was a little bit chaotic with lots of teams running around, but...
Yeah, we want to basically show a little bit of everything that you might get the chance to see if you're out here yourself volunteering or one of the teams.
So, just to address the latest comment, have we looked at Canadian Forces bases? Yes. So, prior to the first Launch Canada event held in Cochrane in 2022, so just north of here, we had a number of discussions with other locations, among them CFB Cold Lake and CFB Sutcliffe in Alberta. I don't know if we ever got to Gagetown. I think that there are launches that take place from there, but I don't know that we were ever in conversation. We'll have to ask Adam about that later. Can we at least have a picture of what the rocket looks like? My impression of it is 5 feet tall. What rocket are you referring to?
Yeah,
so we have a bunch of different sizes of rockets here, and it totally depends on the different type of projects.
They're pretty much everywhere from, the very small ones. We had one go off that was 2 feet yesterday, and we have some that are almost 4 meters, depending on the team. What I would definitely...
Lovely unit mixing there.
Yeah. Well, Canadian, sorry. We have pretty much what's being given. The best footage we can see is before a launch if we pull up the pad cam. If they're available from the pad cameras, which again are a couple kilometers away, we got a radio link in so we can kind of see them on the launch pad. That's kind of the best view we're going to be able to get. What I would recommend is when we announce what teams are on the pad, if you want to have a look at their rockets up close, look at maybe their Instagram or their website or any other social medias. Every team loves posting about their rocket and showing what it is they're doing, so they'll have a million pictures to show you. We would love to pull them up for you. We just unfortunately don't have enough people in the booth helping run the live stream to do that. We're a bit of a skeleton crew, so what we really have to do is focus on showing the rocket launches.
One of the things that we might be able to get is, now that some teams have launched, we'll be able to, once they come back from recovery, have them come through and show off their newly flown rocket. I would say on average, though, in terms of size, you have to be imagining a rocket that is, give or take, about sort of 6 inches in diameter, maybe a little bit more, and about 11 or 12 feet tall. So they are generally pretty significantly sized. This will change depending on whether it's a 1-stage or a 2-stage rocket. So 2 stages will tend to be taller. The University of Saskatchewan has some very large fins, so it makes the sort of cross section of the rocket a lot larger. But and then there are other rockets like I think the Goose rocket from Arbalest from York University. They have quite a thin 2-stage rocket, but it's very tall to compensate. Yeah.
So something else I want to talk about with the basic rockets is there are 2 really key parameters you want to talk about when you're talking about designing the overall rocket structure, and those are the location of your center of mass, or CG, CM, meaning center of gravity, as well as your center of pressure, or CP. And these are 2 really critical components. Really 2 critical components on your rocket to know, because that's going to determine how stable your rocket is during flight. So, actually, do you want to address those ones?
Yes, again with CFB Bagotville or Valcartier, I really don't know if we were ever in conversation with them. I know that within Canada there are a number of pre-established rocketry ranges. Launch Canada was really looking to develop something new. And so the hope is that over the next few years, this is going to become more built out and sort of more involved. We're going to be able to have more permanent infrastructure here. You have to remember, too, that this is year 3 of this competition existing, and this is only the 2nd year that we're at this site. It may be that we're moving to a different site next year, but after that, I suspect that we will be sort of slowly building out the infrastructure at that site.
We're trying to find a home.
We're trying to find a home, and that is easy. It is easier to have permanent infrastructure when we sort of have control over the resources that we are able to put there. So that might be one of the mitigating factors for some of the Canadian Forces bases. That being said, the Royal Canadian Air Force has still been a very, very big supporter of Launch Canada, and sort of have provided a lot of information and sponsorship of this event. So that's not to say that they're
key sponsors.
That's not to say that they're not involved, but it is that there are advantages to having our own site as well, because we can build it up in the way that we want it to.
Also want to quickly shout out that the Royal Canadian Air Force is currently celebrating its 100th year anniversary. So that is an extremely exciting year. Yeah. Look at that.
Aaron can change his hat. Man of many hats.
So, well, as I was mentioning a second ago, you have center of gravity and center of pressure. So I'm going to do a really quick overview of kind of how static body dynamics work.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So,
physics with Aaron, here we go.
I taught this at the university. So, like, not teach.
Don't poke me in the face.
Yeah, I'll poke you in the face. So essentially, you want to have something that goes straight. The way that works is, if you imagine you have like something that is on a pinpoint, something's going to be rotating around. So I don't want to use the rocket as this example here because it's a rocket, but imagine this isn't a rocket and it's just a stick with a thing going through it. So whatever your pivot point is, that is what's going to, it's going to rotate around, okay? It's going to rotate around whatever that pin is going through. That is like your center of gravity. So when you're in flight, everything is going to rotate around. If I just find it really quick, usually you want to mark it. It's about here. So this is your center of gravity. Everything's going to rotate around your center of gravity. So if you're in space where there's no air, if you were to, say, push it this way, it would rotate around that central point. When you're in the atmosphere, it's a little bit easier and more complicated at the same time. You have something called the center of pressure. This is something that's quite a bit more difficult to calculate, so we often use tools on computers to actually explain it. But in general, as your rocket's flying straight, you're going to have different air streams flowing through it, basically not only pushing down on the front, which is a big source of pressure, but you also have, as air enters the fins, you're going to have vortices coming off. You're going to have low pressure regions basically directly in front. And essentially, air is pushing in on the body of the rocket. Okay? So if you imagine everything's kind of pushing in onto it, the center of pressure is the average point of where it's pushing in the most. So you can kind of approximate all the air pushing in right on the center of pressure. So if we say the center of gravity is right at this dot here, I don't know if you can even see the dots. Center of gravity is here, center of pressure would be here. So we're pushing in on here. So if this is our pivot point, and this is the point that's being pushed in on, wherever we're going is going to be pushed in towards that, right? So that's why we start with a launch rail, to give us some initial speed. So if we are going this way, say we're going to my left here, I don't know if it's flipped or not for you. If we're going straight, all of a sudden someone hits it, remember, it's going to turn around that pivot point, but we're still pushing in on this center of pressure point. So it's going to push in until it goes straight. And that's constantly happening as the rocket ascends. So that is just a really simple overview of how flight dynamics works. I'm not sure if I got the point across there, but in really basic terms, that's what we're looking for flight stability. It's just those 2 points, the center of gravity and center of pressure. And how they interact determines everything about how your rocket is going to fly, in terms of how straight it's going to fly. So also, if you think about it, kind of like turning a wrench, where if you're really close to where the bolt is, it's going to be hard, or farther away, it's going to be a lot easier, because, the lever advantage. The farther back your center of pressure is from your center of mass, the more stable it's going to be. If my pivot point is here, if my center of pressure is right behind it, it's going to take a lot more pressure in order to go straight. Okay?
Can think of it as a seesaw, so to speak.
Yeah, if the center of pressure is way back here and the center of mass is here, it's not going to take very much at all. It's going to be very, very stable. The most stable aircraft and anything that goes through the air is going to have a center of mass right at the front and a center of pressure right at the back, because that means it's always going to be going in the direction of the intended airflow, and you have pretty much entire authority over where it's going to go. Say the center of pressure and center of gravity are in the same spot, like right here. That's basically the point of stability. That's exactly where your passive stability, think from the fins as it flies, are going to have no effect. If I push here, the pivot point is not going to actually turn the rocket. So as I go, if a thing hits it, the pressure is still hitting it, so it's going to fly like that. It's the same thing as like in space where you have no pressure. If you hit it, it's just going to keep going. Fighter jets are actually designed with this in mind, because they want to be able to turn really quickly. So that's kind of what they go for, is the center of pressure and the center of gravity in the same point, so that as they're going, they can turn and go in whatever direction they intend.
You can also have it where you bend some of the the airfoils a little bit to make it turn, and that's kind of
But what the last kind of condition here is if the center of pressure is in front of the center of gravity. We have some cert flights going to the pad. They're going to come talk to us after. So just to finish up this explanation, if you have your center of pressure in front of the center of gravity, remember, center of gravity is your pivot point. So it'll go straight at first, But if we get a little bit of it's called a disturbance in the back, so something knocks it off, the pressure is going to act in the opposite way. So if it's going, it gets knocked, and this is your center of pressure, it's going to push out and totally flip it backwards. And you really don't want that because, well, now your rocket's going backwards and engine's firing the opposite direction. So that's why stability is really, really, really important in your rocket design. And you want to make sure your center of pressure isn't in front of your center of mass. Because remember, your center of mass is the pivot point, and your center of pressure is the pushing point. Yeah, that is flight vehicle dynamics in a nutshell. 4 years of, I guess 5 years of a university degree, summed up in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll put.
I hope that was easy enough to follow for anyone. If anyone has any more questions, we also do have some Chris Hobbs giving more updates in the chat there. Gall's at their final inspection. University of Alberta Rocketry has passed their final inspection, so they're probably going to be going out to the pad relatively soon. And we have 3 L3 flights going out to the pad right now, so we will try to get you that footage.
Just one, actually. Sorry.
Oh, just one L.
3 L1 flights.
I misspoke.
You're
3
good.
L1 flights going out to the pad right now. Those, again, just to remind folks that weren't here yesterday, are lower power but still high power rocket certification flights. Essentially, these folks have constructed a rocket to prove that they can safely construct and launch a rocket. It's a little bit like a driving test, where once they have level 1 certification, they're able to purchase a higher class of rocket motors. This is all organized by organizations like Tripoli or NAR in the States or CAR in Canada. So we're very fortunate Launch Canada has actually allowed a lot of us the opportunity to perform these flights because otherwise these launches are really few and far between, especially up in Canada. So a lot of people are using this opportunity. We have about 40 of these lower high power rocket flights.
And Aaron, can you discuss what these licenses can be used for too in the future?
Yeah, essentially it's a license that allows you to purchase and own and operate high power rocket motors. So we talked about engine classifications or motor classifications earlier based on impulse, which is how much energy can actually be stored within it, so how fast and high it can go. Just for the motor part. Again, this is just for the part that you buy to put into the rocket. Level 1 for I think CAR, NAR, and Tripoli all allows you to use H-class motors. So the way certification works is you launch on an H-class.
God bless you.
What you'll see in a second will get you anywhere between 200 and 700 meters usually. Simply to prove that you can safely launch and operate a rocket. So then you're able to is that Misha in the chat saying L3 CAR, L2 NAR? That's really cool. Brendan on the stream is actually going for his L3 CAR this week, or I guess this week. And then Nico and I are going to be, well, Simon and I definitely. Maybe Nico, if you can build a rocket by the end of the week.
We'll see. Gotta procure all the components for it. I think we have an engine so far. Still need a body tube, so that will be the next step, and then we'll work towards getting a coupler and other components from there. Any thoughts on where?
Anyways, we're all going for our L1 certification with Tripoli.
Yeah. Any thoughts on where I could maybe find a parachute?
Find a parachute. Ooh, that's a good question. Well,
or should I?
There are some teams here that are actually constructing their L1 rockets leading up to the launch. They're mostly waiting to get their main rocket done before they can do that. But they may have some extra material, and I know there are teams with sewing machines and sewing experience to make their own. You could also ask around, as there are many lovely people all flying rockets here. You could ask to borrow a full launch recovery system with a parachute and Nomex blanket we talked about earlier. I know if I have a successful flight, I'd be happy to lend mine. I'm sure many people would be the same. Don't ask Noah Graffin, as he has lent all of his equipment to every team, he said.
Nice.
So,
okay, good to know.
So he's like, I need to stop lending stuff, because everybody's sharing all their rocket stuff. Because frankly, when you get to the higher power stuff, it can get a little bit expensive, and it definitely gets hard to come by. So the fact that so many folks have brought all their equipment here, and are willing to share it is it's just so good because it means we're all being given all these opportunities to actually launch.
Definitely. Worst case scenario, I'll take some of the extra shirts that we had from the conference and do the Michelle Wander technique.
Make a parachute out of t-shirts.
Yeah.
That's a great
cool.
idea.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. At the conference earlier, there Michelle Wander from the CSA stopped by the MDA booth, and he showed us how to fold a parachute the proper way, just using MDA shirts. So definitely,
We've
the
talked with him
collaboration.
a lot when we were in school.
Yeah.
When we were doing reviews of our rockets, he had a lot of very, very insightful comments on our recovery system. So really appreciative of his expertise. And the expertise of all the professionals that lend their time here. So we have a couple comments or questions, I guess, in chat. First, what's the difference between a rocket and a missile? I think the technical definition is a missile has a control system, whereas a rocket is unguided. So when we say that, essentially a rocket is like a firework rocket. It fires up with fins that are static. And like we mentioned a second ago, that passive stability where you have the center of mass, center of pressure, that is all that's controlling the flight. You don't know exactly where it's going to go. You just know about how high it's going to go, and your best guess is it. A missile, on the other hand, will have active control systems. So whether that's your fins are turning, whether that's your engine inside is turning, or you have like a nozzle turning, like in many of the high-power launch vehicles to space, anything that has a control and is being given a signal from an external source, usually it's GPS, so they can use GPS to kind of guide themselves. That's when the definition of a missile actually comes into place. So a lot of these rocket launches you look at, like most things that are thrown up by NASA, SpaceX, Rocket Lab, ULA, all these companies, they're technically actually classified as missiles. In fact, it was, probably, in the 80s or so, we have some old posters at our school. They were referred to as space missiles. They weren't called rockets. It was actually, I think, more of a public relations thing why they started referring to them as rockets rather than missiles, because missiles sounds really scary.
Yeah, and here at Launch Canada, we've taken all the extra fire safety precautions that are needed, and all the rockets you see here are considered rockets. They're not controlled. I know. Was it UBC that actually had
so UBC is working on developing a thrust vectoring system, which is basically they're able to point their nozzle to orient where the gas is coming out of the back of the rocket, and that lets them steer it, which is really, really cool. It's something that isn't really done outside of the really high-end rocket development companies. So seeing development on a student team is great. It's not on the rocket currently. It's probably about 10 years down the line, if I'm being honest, because these rocket projects take a really, really, really long time to develop. But where was I going with that?
Well,
missiles. Yeah. So,
sorry. Maybe I'll ask you. Why do some of these projects take such a long time, Aaron?
Well, that's a good question. The big reason is I was going to mention. The big reason is safety. You need to be thorough. Realistically, we as engineering graduates can probably take a month, sit in someone's basement, work overtime, and draw up a rocket. The fact of the matter is that the second we construct and launch that theoretical rocket, everything's going to break. That's the thing with space, is you need to make sure everything is as thoroughly tested as possible, because it is so expensive, and frankly, at the high power level, can be pretty dangerous. You need to make sure that things are tested extensively. And when I say test, I don't mean just build a rocket engine and test it. I don't mean test your parachutes in a launch. I mean, is there a screw? We need to have that in the lab for 4 days to make sure it can withstand all the vibrational loading and the thermal loading, that's heat, that we can expect, plus or minus however much it is necessary for our factor of safety, right?
Yeah,
and it's this thoroughness that is so necessary in the aerospace industry to ensure that safety.
Yeah, and to add to that, in the industry with MDA, we're entering phase C, so we're going to be doing lots of prototyping, testing, and verification work. And so, what that includes, like we have a whole entire phase just dedicated to that, right? So, it's going to take some time to do, and it's going to take a team of diverse professionals of multiple different backgrounds. We have individuals who have plenty of software experience. We have plenty of software engineers. We have plenty of electrical engineers working on power budgets and avionics, everything on that front as well. And we also have plenty of mechanical engineers who are focused on different aspects of it as well, like control and guidance and navigation, as well as simpler structures as well. I mean, simple is a
these are
overstatement,
enormous
but yes.
teams of highly paid, experienced engineers. And realistically, around here, these are student teams. These are, they have to learn everything as they're going. And on top of that, because you have people graduating and getting jobs,
huge
at these
staff
other locations,
turnaround.
Yeah, you need to make sure everyone new coming in is just as experienced as the people going out before they can start contributing. So that's really another big bottleneck for a lot of these student teams with their bigger research and development projects. That's why things like hybrid engines, and especially liquid engines, are so uncommon on these teams, is because they are such long development cycles. Realistically, if you had a team, you could have a really safe one, like hybrid engine, probably tested and out within 4 years, assuming they had appropriate funding and facilities to do their testing. The problem is, first of all, especially for student teams, it's nearly impossible to get the proper facilities to do their testing. And second of all, by the time they do, they have a new team of people in that have to be caught up to speed. A lot of these people being first and second year university students who haven't necessarily taken the prerequisite like material mechanics and fluid mechanics courses that would be helpful in these designs.
Yeah, and it really shows like the importance in documentation passing from year to year, and also like the communication too, and the training aspect as well from the leaders, the upper year students in these teams who pass the knowledge down to first year students who may not have even learned the content yet. And I personally found like a lot of my course content I was first actually influenced on while I was working on the on CU in Space on our university rocket design team, and also other design teams too, like the rover team.
So many benefits to these university engineering teams, because the amount of I feel like it's pretty general knowledge. Almost everyone agrees. Classes alone do not prepare you for industry. Classes alone are not sufficient to become a good engineer. Classes alone don't teach you everything you need to know. And that just is a fact. And
I mean, like, I wouldn't necessarily like say like people who exclusively do classes, because there are some students who go on to do their masters and who are influenced by projects that they do in their masters.
What I'm saying is that even those are projects.
Yes.
What I'm saying is you need to have any sort of experience outside of just course content to really understand how things fit together. So things like CAD, even, extremely important. That stands for computer-aided design for those at home. Basically software like AutoCAD or SolidWorks, which are frequently used for designing these assemblies and parts. A lot of university classes, a lot of them only have maybe one half of a class dedicated to it. Some engineering streams not even visiting them. That is really important to industry. So we're actually going out to pad cams now.
Yep.
What are we looking at there, Brendan? So I believe that is, I'm not mistaken, Gull setting up their hybrid engine for a static. Oh, it's a solid static fire? Oh, this is the launch. They have not launched yet. Yeah, so this is Gull, University of Laval, setting up their solid rocket launch for later. They're still going to be a while out yet, but if you look to your I believe it's on the right side of the screen. It's hard to see the display from here. But yeah, a lot of these students, to go back, are being introduced to a lot of these concepts, even if it is things they learn in class, something like solid mechanics, or like fracture, or like structural vibrational loading. They're learning these through the rocket team first, because maybe in their second year they're in charge of setting up a vibrational loading test for something like a coupler. So they need to do that research themselves outside of class in order to figure out, okay, what is vibrational loading? How do we observe that with a sensor? Then they need to learn a little bit about like discrete time transformations and then learn a little bit about like Z transforms and like Lorentz transforms.
Yeah,
excuse me, not Lorentz. Laplace transforms. Lorentz transforms is speed of light stuff.
And to that extent too, like I think I agree. Like students get plenty of practical experience at these sorts of competitions, building these rockets. But I'd also like to say too, like they're working in a team environment as well, and I think that's something that a lot of students who go on to do maybe grad school, don't necessarily think about is when they're going out into the industry looking for jobs is you need to work in a team aspect to kind of develop those help develop those communication skills that way. So I think
nobody works
really
better alone.
Yeah, and I mean. Like you might have like the best like
that's
written
not to say people
documentation.
don't prefer working alone. That's just to say the sum of a team is always going to be greater than the sum of its parts, especially like so long as people are experienced in working with teams and are agreeable. So yeah, you're absolutely right. This team experience is so vital to building those core skills of whether it's leadership, whether it's communication, even presenting.
Yeah.
As the teams do have to present a lot of their technical concepts. Vital skills for industry.
Yeah, very essential and very useful too. And I think that it's not limited just to the aspects of jobs, but also in life itself. Learning how to collaborate, learning how to express yourself in a technical realm. To other people who may not have that background as well. I think it's very useful, and I think like being able to do that as well. Like for me, it's like when I tell people when they're explaining their concept to me, I ask them, pretend that I'm my like 6-year-old nephew, and try to go from there explaining. Explain your rocket at a level that you would explain to someone who may not have the background to. And
yeah, exactly.
I think
it's about
it's
knowing
good for
the
outreach
audience,
too.
and it's really, of course, with these rocket teams, a lot of the times they are presenting to a technical audience, and a lot of times in industry you'll be doing that as well. So, but it's about knowing both. It's about being able to do both, and they are different skills. And I feel like a lot of the times, at least in my degree proper, I had to do presentations for like technical audiences for things like the capstone projects or to professors where they're looking for that detail and stuff. But it's really knowing how to communicate your ideas effectively to people who don't already know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's the trick.
Yeah, that's that's well put. I'd say, and I think like it especially helps me because I'm doing systems engineering at MDA, where it's my job to collaborate with people of multiple different technical backgrounds that may not understand like parts of the system, so to speak. But they're like, that being said, that doesn't mean that they don't know anything. They might be a total expert on controls, but not be but may not be as familiar with the aspects of our software or other things too, like the electrical side. So I think we have a guest coming on here. Am I mistaken?
No, I think Simon's talking to Adam right now. We also have it looks like CTV behind the camera there.
Oh, okay, awesome. Right on.
Hello.
Hello.
We're currently live on YouTube for Launch Canada. You can check it out by finding Launch Canada on YouTube and see all the rocket launches up close there. We've got drone footage in the sky, we have cameras at all of the launch pads, and we have a tracking camera way up high, and we also have cameras here running live commentary on all the launches, so that people at home who have friends and family at the competition are able to follow along.
Oh, I didn't realize that this was just friction fit for nose cone. Oh.
Adam, do you want to come on the live stream?
We got some chatter on the radio, folks, so bear with us.
If you want to, if you're not doing anything.
We were just having a really good
Oh.
conversation about why here and why not at Canadian Forces bases, so you should ask him about that.
Oh, yes. We're going to
Okay,
bring Adam on here to discuss
Simon, would you like to join as well?
why we chose Timmins, Ontario for
come on over here, we'll get you mic'd up.
Hey, sure.
All right.
There you go.
Everyone, this is Adam Trimpour. He's the president, founder
To,
of Launch
mute and
Canada.
unmute
We're
yourself.
glad to have him
Red
here
is
today.
mute, and you're on mute.
Awesome.
How's it going?
Let me just turn this down.
Yep, your mic's live.
Hey, awesome. Going really well. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. I'm really happy with the weather today. I think we're going to get a lot of university launches.
This has been fantastic. You know, you plan hard for these events, but the weather is always the one thing that you don't have control over. But we try to, allow the full week, so we maximize the chances of getting a good day in. And looks like we've definitely got that. Not a cloud in the sky. Winds are being pretty cooperative, so it's going well. I think we got the teams all raring to go as well.
Hopefully today I'll get a sunburn without the cold weather.
Yeah, exactly. I got a bit of a cold sunburn yesterday. You kind of forget that the sun is still there when it's hiding behind clouds and it's chilly.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
The only other place that I've had that happen was like when I'm going skiing. But
yeah, exactly.
So speaking of places that you can ski and not ski, why did you choose Timmins, Ontario for Launch Canada?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Timmins has sort of been this perfect combination of features. So when you're launching rockets, you obviously want to do this in an area where you don't have very high population density. Everybody's seen YouTube videos of rockets failing. This is something normal. This is what happens. And so the whole approach is to make sure that if something goes wrong, it's doing it in a place where that's not going to cause a danger to anybody. So, like, doing this in southern Ontario would not be possible. You also need to make sure that you're doing this in a place where you don't have too much air traffic to deal with. Again, southern Ontario, southern Quebec, you've got really high density air traffic corridors, and pilots are not going to be happy if you go and disrupt that. So the airspace up here is much easier for us to get access to. But at the same time, while you want to be remote, you don't want to be inaccessibly remote. You've got students from all over the country who have to be able to get there. And making that as painless as possible is really important. And once they're there, you really want them to have places to stay, places to eat, places to buy emergency rocket building supplies. The fact that Timmins is not just a decent-sized community, but also one with a lot of established industry due to the mining industry here, means that almost whatever we need, whether it's finding bulldozers or shipping containers or industrial gas suppliers where students can order compressed nitrogen or liquid oxygen or nitrous oxide. They've got all of that here. So it's really been like this perfect combination. Plus, it's being in kind of northern Ontario, it's not totally central in Canada, but it's relatively central-ish. So we've got student teams literally from coast to coast. And you want to try to make sure that it's as painless as possible for everybody to get there. And I mean, there's nowhere where you can do this that isn't going to be a pretty big road trip for at least somebody, but it honestly works out pretty well this way.
Right on. And as someone who is originally from Alberta, and you discussed how you're looking for a place that's kind of rural, somewhere that still has the emergency supplies that you can use for assembling rockets. I might have misheard it, but I heard rumors that there was an opportunity that could have happened in Cold Lake. I guess I'm just a little curious,
Sure.
that way, like what was the rationale there?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we were first looking at putting together this competition, obviously the big burning question is where can we do it? And if you stare at a satellite map of Canada, you can kind of see right away where it's going to
Fix
be.
your microphone really quick.
Thanks. You can kind of see right away where it's going to be easier or not so easy, and obviously the prairies have a lot going for them.
Yeah.
We looked at Cold Lake, and we'd actually been discussing with the RCAF about possibly getting us hosted there because it's the largest air weapons range in the country. So they've got massive restricted airspace there, exactly the kind of thing that we would want. And they were really interested in trying to support this. But there were a couple issues with Cold Lake. One was the airspace is big, but the terrain underneath that airspace is pretty heavily muskeg and challenging to recover on. Also, there are areas of the range with unexploded ordnance, being a big air weapons range. And
Wouldn't want that.
the real showstopper there was that the Canadian Forces, not surprisingly, don't have a lot of mechanisms in place to allow a bunch of civilians onto base to perform potentially hazardous operations. And so that just ended up being kind of an insurmountable challenge at the time. Now, we'd also been looking at CFB Suffield in southern Alberta, which is a much better location in a lot of respects, and the terrain is much better. And it had the advantage that while it's an army base, it's also a DRDC, Defense Research and Development Canada base. And while the regular forces don't have a lot of mechanisms in place to interact with civilians, DRDC is all about that. And there is actually some precedent. You've had the University of Calgary rocket team launch rockets from Suffield in the past. So that was one that we were working on, and we'd gotten some interest there, but this was going to be just a whole other scale of event. And at the time we were doing this, it was sort of during the pandemic and just coming out of the pandemic, and they were just so backlogged with everything, with so many other things on their plate, that it was difficult to get enough priority to make this happen. So when the opportunity to come to Northern Ontario came up, we ended up jumping at that, and honestly, it's worked out so well for us that it's kept us coming back.
That's awesome. And I know, thinking of just other places in Canada that do launch rockets, I know about a little bit about Maritime Launch Service. What are some of the challenges that you see if we were to ever consider going out there? I know that there's lots of water, but
yeah. So actually, we did do that last year. MLS reached out to us. Wanting to kind of christen their site with a student rocket, and we put the call out to the teams to see if any team wanted to take the opportunity to fly there. And it just so happened there was a team from York University, Arbalest Rocketry, who were planning a big high-altitude two-stage rocket. And they were really interested in doing this. So we actually did a separate launch event jointly with MLS last year, about a month before the main Launch Canada competition. And they were absolutely awesome hosts, and it was tremendously cool working with them and the local community and sort of blazing that trail with a small rocket launch that is obviously a lot more manageable and a lot less hazardous than the kind of larger orbital rockets they're working towards. So it was a really neat event. Obviously, recovery gets challenging there. Teams usually aren't used to dealing with splashdowns.
Yeah.
And trying to track a rocket in the ocean and make sure it stays afloat is not easy to do.
No. And when you say smaller rockets, was it like sizes like the university students are doing, or is it more so like
Yeah.
L1 certification level?
No, this was like sizes that the university students are doing.
Okay.
And so they were aiming for pretty high altitude, like 60,000 feet.
Oh, wow.
plus. So you're definitely not getting into space, but it's a serious rocket.
Okay, right on.
So
Yeah.
I guess maybe final thing I want to talk about a little bit is you mentioned communicating with all these communities of potential launch sites. What's it been like working with the city of Timmins and the Matagami First Nations to get this facility?
Honestly, Timmins and Matagami have been absolutely phenomenal. In fact, it was our partners at Matagami who helped us identify this site in the first place. And as you might have seen during the opening ceremonies, we had Chief Jennifer Constant from the Matagami First Nation out to the event, saying some awesomely kind words for us. And they've been just consistently amazing to work with. The city of Timmins as well have been tremendously welcoming, and that's really included everybody from the mayor to the town council, right on down to individuals and local businesses. So just everything we do, every interaction we have, the welcome has just been so incredibly warm, and that's just priceless when you're trying to do something like this. So I think everybody's really enjoyed being here, everybody's really been feeling the love, and that really keeps us coming back for sure.
Nice. I think there's going to be a launch. What's that? Oh, okay.
Working on the audio, folks.
Can you
Bear with
maybe
us.
move your thing up a bit on your head and then move it down a bit closer to your mouth and then
Test. How does it sound, Brendan?
okay. Right. I guess Brendan, do we have an update on when the next launch is going to be? Pads are currently yellow, so we can keep talking if you'd like, but I don't really have any questions prepared, so is there anything you'd like to talk about to the live stream? I also don't want to keep you all day, as this is Launch Canada, and you're probably the hardest guy to get on right now. Besides Matthew, who's definitely...
Actually, I have a quick question. What actually inspired you to get into rocketry, Adam?
Oh, geez, I've been into rocketry since I was about 7 years old. And growing up, my parents always took the view that their role as parents isn't to try to mold their kid into a little version of themselves, but to help their kids explore who they are and what their interests and passions are. And so they really always kind of nurtured that with me. And so when I started getting into space, they were there to support that. And they got me my first little Estes model rocket kit when I was about 7 years old, and we launched that from the playground at my school. And I think they probably didn't realize the slippery slope we were starting down at that point. But that was just one of those interests that really stuck. And over the years, the rockets sort of kept getting bigger and bigger. By the time I was in high school, I had branched out into high-power rocketry, but I was also starting to realize that what I was really interested in was the propulsion side of things, really the heart and soul of a rocket. And so buying these off-the-shelf rocket motors was getting less interesting for me. But in Canada, there weren't a lot of obvious avenues to do this. So I started doing it myself, and I started getting into building my own amateur liquid propellant rocket engines. And then I went to university and got a couple engineering degrees in the subject, and promptly got hired at Pratt & Whitney Canada. So at that point, I actually had a regular paycheck coming in, and I was able to start dumping my disposable income into ratcheting up the personal rocket projects even more. And then at about the same time as that was really deepening, we started to see the rise of all of these university rocket teams right across the country. And I felt like this cry in the wilderness as a Canadian rocket guy for a very long time. But this whole new generation of students were coming of age who were barely old enough to remember when the space shuttle was flying, but they were watching companies like SpaceX landing rocket stages on barges and sending Elon's Tesla out past Mars, and for them it was almost like their own Apollo 11 moon landing moment, right? They were getting inspired by it. It was drawing them into engineering. And for Canadians who had never really had an obvious way to engage with this, short of being crazy like me and doing it themselves, they were increasingly saying, well, why can't we do this too? And the first time they had a real clear pathway to engage with that was actually because of a rocket competition in the United States that in its current incarnation is called the Spaceport America Cup. And that event was really the catalyst that jump-started a lot of these teams. It gave them a way to do this, and from the very beginning, it turned out that the Canadian rocket teams were really good at building rockets. And so initially I found myself mentoring some of these individual teams as somebody who'd built up this skill set that was not very common here. And so I spent a lot of time trying to teach them how to not blow themselves up when doing it. Eventually I was just reaching the limits of what I could physically do as one person in my spare time, so I started Launch Canada as a not-for-profit to try to do this in a bigger, more coordinated way, while also giving the students more opportunities to do these kinds of activities here in Canada, while becoming more visible to the community here, because as long as they were going to the US to do this, it was really sort of out of sight, out of mind. And so I wanted Canadian companies to understand that we had this kind of talent here and to be able to connect these students with possible employers, possible avenues for support. And we've even now seen some of these teams going on with past members starting their own launch companies. So it's not just this amazing learning experience for students, it's actually jump-starting an entire new industry. And that's been the coolest thing to see play out.
Yeah, it's really inspiring, some of the work that you've done here to get us to this point where it's such a huge endeavor. And
I mean, all of us appreciate not only your mentorship when we were in university, but the competition now with Launch Canada, the event. It's been a fantastic event so far, and it seems like everyone I've talked to from the public that's come by has really appreciated what the outreach teams have done and such. So we really appreciate it for sure.
Oh no, it's awesome that we've now gotten to the point where we've got guys like yourselves who went through the rocket team experience when you're in school, and now you're kind of getting back involved and paying it forward. So I really do like to emphasize that this is a community, and it's a community that's growing, and I'm just one guy, so it's really all of you who make this possible. So thank you both, and thanks to all the volunteers who make this possible, because that's what's powering this growth, really.
Nice. We did just get an update. I think we're about 15 minutes away from a launch, it sounded like. So closer to that, we'll move on to switching just straight towards the pad cams there. Okay, so I guess one more thing that comes to mind for me.
Yeah.
Keeping in mind, first of all, that we are on the air.
Yep.
You mentioned once you started having disposable income, you started dumping it into Rocketry.
Right.
What sorts of things does that include?
So
because I feel like some folks who have no idea about the hobby whatsoever will think, how do you spend money on you buy rockets, you buy motors? I mean, a lot of us just like buying things that look cool. So what are some things that you bought first? And I don't know, some not cornerstone, but like centerpiece.
Sure.
So centerpiece items.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're doing liquid rockets, it's usually going to mean a lot of plumbing. Liquid rocket engines are basically that. So I was living with my parents at the time I really got into doing this, and so they were very generous in letting me take over most of their spacious 3-car garage with all kinds of rocket equipment. So among the bigger things I got was small single axle cargo trailer. And if you don't happen to have a permanent facility to build rocket test stands, it means you're going to be looking at doing something mobile. So I got this cargo trailer and started progressively outfitting it as a mobile rocket engine test stand. So that took up one chunk of Mom and Dad's garage. Of course, you're also probably going to be doing a lot of machining, and I think I started with a simple Canadian Tire drill press, but very quickly reached the limits of what I could do with just a drill press. So I think the first big ticket items I bought after I started at Pratt were a metal lathe and a big, like, 2,500 pound milling machine. So
Those are some expensive pieces of equipment
yeah,
too.
exactly. And then of course my parents had to be okay with rewiring their house to do this. So it just kind of kept building.
Nice. There are folks around us getting excited for launches coming up.
Absolutely.
I think we have a couple cert launches on the pad right now anyways that are set to go off relatively soon.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some action coming soon.
Is there anything else you want to discuss with the live while we have you?
I think we covered a lot of ground there, but it's really exciting to see this all come together, and we'll hopefully get some rockets in the air really soon, and I'll definitely drop by later on today.
Nice, thanks. Yeah,
That's
we
awesome.
have not only teams, or rather members from teams that couldn't make it out with their team who are watching the teams, but also parents, family members who are just checking in on the stream just to see what their family members are doing. And it's really, at least from our perspective, it's really great to be able to kind of provide that experience to an extent through the computer to all you folks at home. So
Totally.
So it's been great. It's kind of a great outreach activity, kind of promote not only the event but just rocketry in general in Canada, and show everyone at home just how cool our university students are.
Absolutely. I mean, really, this is all about trying to demystify rocketry, right? You know, we kind of think of rocket science as being almost the definition of something that's unimaginably complex. And while it's, it's challenging, but it isn't magic. And we like to show people, particularly our students, but really the wider community and the country as a whole, that these are things that you can actually do. They're hard, but we're pretty good at doing hard things. And of course, not a lot of people have a good intuitive understanding of what a rocket competition is or what all these student teams are doing. So, I mean, it's awesome that you guys have been doing so much to kind of share this experience with the community at large. So, huge thanks to you guys. You've been absolute heroes.
Well, thank you for the appreciation. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the competition existing. So
absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for talking to us. I know you're real busy, probably. I'm sure you've got 6 people waiting for you on the radio. So
that's okay. Always happy to chat.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll have plenty of dead air today, or not dead air, but plenty of time for you to come in between the launches whenever you feel like dropping by.
I can be filler whenever you need.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Adam.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so that was Adam Trumpour, the both founder and president of Launch Canada. He mentored a lot of teams in Canada prior to the creation of this Canadian competition, and we're happy to have him back now. Alright, very shortly we're going to be moving to the PadCam to show the static fire from ATS, that is Rockets from ATS in Quebec. It's a static fire of their hybrid system. Like we mentioned, that is a mixture of an oxidizer, like a fluid oxidizer, and a solid propellant. In this case, I believe it is paraffin wax, so that's candle wax or crayon wax, and NOS, nitrous oxide, I think, as that is typically the most standard mixture we see. Now, the specific additives to the paraffin, maybe to change the property slightly. Usually you have like a demolding to assist with that. We're not quite sure of those. We can get someone from ETS after to come in and talk about it. But what's really exciting is going to be watching this fire. It's not going to go anywhere. Again, a static fire means it is mounted to the ground. They're going to have a framework, and they're just going to be getting data on how much thrust they're producing, how much fuel they're consuming per second, and all those good numbers. It's very it's very important to run these tests on the ground, because if it's going to fail, like, you need to design around these conditions, and you can't just guess, because if you guess and you guess wrong, which you're going to, because there's only one right way to design things in these cases where the numbers are these specific and the fuel is this volatile, your rocket is not going to make it back in one piece. So that's why these ground tests are so vital. And we went into really big detail earlier on with Simon about why they're so difficult. All right, so we got an update from my for some more detail. I think they're a little bit behind on the stream, but from Brendan, can you tell me the name there? The comments. What's the name? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So a comment from Guy here, from giving in comments, tagging in Adrienne, saying, yeah, they're both. Oh, never mind. I am absolutely not reading the chat properly. My bad. Ignore everything I said in the last bit. Yeah, so these rockets are entirely unsteered. Every single rocket is just a passively stable, being fired up, save for the static ones which are stuck on the ground. The only exception here is, I believe one of the teams is deploying air brakes. Is at the University of Waterloo. Is it Waterloo? Yeah. So that's going to allow them to slow down a tiny bit. But what it's not going to do is allow it to steer at all. So that's kind of the difference there.
Solid pads are
now
red.
red. That means we're going to be going to a launch very soon. It's currently Gall, University of Laval, on the pad. We also have University of Alberta Star. That is the student something Alberta Rocketry. All right, so we have about 5 minutes until the launch from ETS. That's the static fire, and then immediately following. Yeah, sorry. Let me rephrase so that there's no confusion. In about 5 minutes, we're going to see the static fire of ETS's, that's rockets, static fire on the ground of their hybrid engine. And then immediately following, we're going to see a launch from Laval, from Gall from University of Laval, and then we're going to see Star from University of Alberta. So that's what's queued up right now. Student team for Alberta Rocketry Research. Thank you so much. I keep forgetting the acronym, but it's a really, really good one.
They have a pretty interesting naming convention with their rocket. They were talking to me earlier. Their current rocket, I believe it's Ringo 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because
which is based off the Beatles.
Yeah, like Ringo Starr.
The band, yeah, Ringo Starr. So
all right, I'm gonna see. We have a lot of students actually here gathered. I'm gonna see if it's possible to actually take the camera out, and while providing commentary, maybe show all the folks out here.
We could also have them.
All right, we have plenty of students, volunteers, even some VIPs from our lovely sponsors. A lot of students actually all out here waiting for these launches to happen. All eyes are pointed in that direction, the direction of the pads. And then over here is the direction of the static fire. Of course, we're not going to be able to see the static fire from here. We have some coverage on the stream there. Alright, we just got confirmation from the LCO, the launch control officer. They just got confirmation the range is clear. That's great. Apparently the drone's coming back. Everything should be ready to go. We're firing in about 3 minutes. Hey Brendan, you want to put the 3-minute timer? Never mind. Okay. Going by right here is one of the RSOs, that's range safety officers. They're in charge of ensuring that the range is actually safe. They're the ones who properly arm the rockets because they're the ones with the necessary certifications to do so.
Okay, good. And everybody's here?
You may be able to hear behind me a number of the folks talking back and forth. Chris Hobbs, our LCO, on top of the tower up there is making sure all the teams are ready. Alright, we switched to full drone camera right now. So a couple questions here. Firstly, under car making solid propellants is not permitted. We have experimental motors under LCO, just commercial motors. All of our solid motors are commercial. I believe all of the hybrid and the liquid motors are experimental. They do the difference is typically in like launch insurance and licensure when it comes to actually launching them. So at American competitions like the Spaceport America Cup, you do see a number of student developed and researched solid motor propellants, but of course these are usually with Tripoli or NAR rather than CAR, because CAR is strictly the Canadian one. Range status red, so there are 3 states. Range status green means everything is safe. There are no propellants present on the launch pad. Everyone is free to wander the range as necessary. There are no launches expected soon. Range status yellow essentially means that the propellants are loaded, the rockets are pretty much ready, and no one should be anywhere near the pads, save for the range safety officers. So by the time it's yellow, usually that means the teams have already set up, they're ready to go. Range status red means it's go for launch any second. Oh, we're just getting a notification that they're about to hot fire. But essentially, red means that we are going to be launching or firing very, very, very soon, and everyone needs to leave any covering so that they can look at the sky for their own safety, and needs to be clear of the launch site itself. We use these kind of color indications to indicate the state everyone should be in. So green is just operations as normal. Yellow is be cautious, listen to the radio updates. And red is stop what you're doing, be outside, wait for launch. And when range status returns to green, that means there's no other rockets vertical on the pad, because either they've all launched or all been taken down. That's when you can return to normalcy. We don't have pad footage on the yeah, so for the static fire, just confirmed, we only have drone footage, but it looks like this is a pretty good shot. So hopefully this goes very well. Yeah, thanks for the comment there. NAR does not permit research motors, only Tripoli does in the US. That is good to know. Personally, I am certifying with Tripoli, so the other issue in Canada, as you can get licensed with Tripoli and NAR in Canada, they're just based out of the States. The big problem is acquisition of these propellants and finding test sites. Oh, here we go. We got a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Oh, we see ignition. And there it is. We have a smoke plume. There it goes. No worries. Brendan, can you talk a little bit about that, do you think?
Yes, what we just saw on the drone there was ETS appeared to be successfully perform a static fire of their hybrid rocket engine that they had developed. So what we saw was the ignition. It sustained thrust for, a couple seconds, and then it successfully shut down. So very good on ETS there. We're now going to be flying the drone to the solids pad, and we'll be getting the University of Alberta and the University of Laval Gull off today.
Do you want to switch to the Oilers cam? We have plenty of students gathered here out in front, just waiting for the launches. Like we mentioned, you can't be undercover because you need to be able to see the sky while the range is red.
Yep, I'm 1 minute out. I'll give you a pat.
All right, looks like we're going to get a little bit of information about the team that's about to launch. All right, this up here next is Gull from University Laval. They're going to be launching in just a moment. Our LCO is going to be giving us some information about the flight parameters, and I will pass that to you as soon as we get it. We just got the go for launch.
Overheating. I can't believe I'm saying this.
All right, projecting 14,500 feet. The rocket's 50 pounds. They have a 24-inch drogue. They have a camera on board, so hopefully they collect some footage that we can bring over to you later. If we don't, definitely look at their various social medias, as onboard footage is always very exciting. We're standing by for launch. Countdown will begin in a moment. Winds are nominal, skies are clear. Here comes the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it goes.
Supersonic!
Excuse me there. Beautiful launch.
This chair is amazing. I can't believe I can track it. I brought a rocking chair.
Alright, they have a visual. It looks like they had drogue. It can be difficult to look into the sky for the rocket when the sun's out. We just got drogue deployment confirmation from the LCO.
Yes, stargazing and rocket launches. You got to try this out. I mean, seriously, Frank, it's like no neck strain at all. Unfortunately, it doesn't rotate, so I don't see it anymore.
Alright, up next, that looks like some drone footage on the pad of University of Alberta STARS rocket.
Yeah, you're gonna make me get one of these, and I will put a.
We're still looking on the lookout for Laval's rocket.
Out over there somewhere to the right. Anyone have eyes?
I see a thin layer of white haze.
Yeah. After the event, I didn't see anything. Should be pretty low now.
Yeah, no one had seemed to spot the rocket yet. We saw an event for the drogue shoot. We're still waiting for main confirmation and a visual.
Costco. It comes that way? Came exactly to see it. Well, without the hoodie. Doesn't come with the hoodie. The rocket launch is damn. No more bending your back trying to.
We're looking up and getting busy and equipment.
Probably 40 in the States. Oh, yep, got it.
Oh, looks like they got a visual. Right downrange in that direction.
Now on the remain. That's good. That's a far recovery. Between these two dead trees. Just above the clearance.
That has gone well downrange. That direction there. I just realized this camera was not on. But it has gone well downrange. Everyone's pointing. Everyone sees it.
Like a little off on the communication for between the team. they're following their checklist, so good on them. They had a pretty amazing checklist system too. Digital, like on tablet.
No, they didn't give me one.
No, they have a tablet. Do they? Checklist. It was like a checklist. Swipe. So very smart. I was expecting, but it's like one of these writing tablets. It's like super thin. It was like maybe.
There we go. Downrange in that direction is where we saw that rocket go.
As soon as they're ready to go down, I'll go down with them.
I got the ornament for that one.
And see one of the students over there trying to establish a radio connection. There are a lot of trees in the way, so that's often difficult. Alright, Alberta is standing over there. We just got confirmation that they are go for launch. They're the ones over there wearing the green shirts.
No, I'm good. You have the joy of it.
Well, I'll be with
Welcome back on the air, Brendan.
Good to be back. We're about to launch the University of Alberta. Get a little break from switching the stream for a second.
What's the name of it? What do we know about this rocket?
Oh, it's called Ringo 3, this rocket. It's not their third rocket named Ringo. It's been much more than that at this point. Let's see. I don't have the flight card, so...
So we don't know what it's flying on.
Yep.
We know it's a single-stage solid motor.
Yep. Let's see. N5800. High thrust motor. Likely going up to 30,000 feet or so. See if we can get some good footage of Star here going. We're going to be going imminently.
Launching very shortly here. Alright, winds are nominal.
Four, three, two, one. Beautiful shot there from the University of Alberta. It's a high thrust motor, not easy to survive that one. And they did an outstanding job there.
That was a nice fast launch.
Waiting on an event to indicate parachute deploy.
Mom.
We actually have a lot of members of the public out here visiting today, which you'd love to see, bringing Rocketry to folks from, I imagine, all over, but especially to the folks of Timmins here. Very fortunate that they've allowed us into their community here to host this event. And we're also very happy to help show them all about Rocketry. Rocket has not been spotted yet.
You guys gotta get out of the way. There's a truck coming. Here, come this way. Come this way. So, were you able to see it? Or did you?
Drogue confirmed. We just got confirmation on drogue deployment. Still no visual. University of Alberta still very much looking out for the rocket. They have established a signal, it looks like. Holding the antenna. Those directional antennas, you need to make sure they're pointed in the approximate direction of the rocket in order to get those packets.
They're gonna go find. They're gonna. I guess all the rockets.
All right. All right. University of Alberta is still looking out for their rocket. They have drogue, which means it's not going to be falling out of the sky. So we have confirmation that's not going to be incredibly dangerous. But we still have everyone looking out just in case they spot it. So we can see not only where it spots, but just to ensure it doesn't still hit anyone, as it is still descending at a very quick rate. Right, so that was the 4th university launch of the day, University of Alberta, UA Star, launching Ringo 3.
We would like to check with you what we can approach that first. We'd love it if we were able to adjust whatever.
We just got confirmation they have main. That is fantastic news. There's a nominal flight. So long as they have a GPS, they can successfully recover it. And so long as their descent rate calculations were correct, their rocket should be fully recoverable. Be a load off the mind of all of those UA students.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Oh yeah. You can use it for a few days. Totally fine. So yeah. All right. Oh, the drone. Yeah, sure. So it's ready for.
All right. Down in that direction, there is the direction that's being everyone's looking towards. All right. Looks like we lost drone signal and most of the pad cams. So I'll switch back here.
So what's the setup on your side? Like, is it a female HDMI port? No, it's a male. It's a male, okay. We would need some sort of adapter cable, female to female. How long is that? I'm not sure. Because if it's okay. Do you think you could just stand outside of the tent there on the side? This cable is long enough. This cable. This cable. Fine. Yeah. No, like this next time. Would we want to replace the drone? Yeah, that will fit right into the. Would we want to replace? That would be the drone feed that we'd be replacing, right? Yes. Would we want to replace the drone feed for you guys' shot, or do we want to add it? The drone's not going to see it. This is going to see it. Like this is how it works. Yeah. Yeah. Then we can swap back to the drone, right? Yeah. It's just, yeah. Like it doesn't hurt. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. I can just get both of them up at the same time. Yeah, that would be nice. If we were able to get both of them, that would be cool. Yeah. I have a point that just bring the cable with us. Yeah. So that's right on the other side. Just come through there, poke your head through, and I'll plug the cable. Right? Yeah. How much longer are you jumping? Yeah. So we'll bring some people.
All right, folks are mostly dissipated.
We need to talk with some people. There's a chance we can bring it right away, like in the next couple of minutes. We'll let you know.
It's fantastic. All right, I'm going to bring you back to conference to mode there. All right, we have a couple certification launches ready to go now. There should be 3 lined up on the pad. I believe these are all from the Mars team from Toronto Metropolitan. So the certification pads, the more low power pads, they're out in this direction. They're actually in view. So hopefully we get some nice drone footage here. At least some tracking camera footage. Folks here all looking in this direction towards those pads. Alright, University of Alberta working out their recovery team so they can go out and get their rocket. Of course, they can't go out until all the rockets on the pad have been launched. That includes the current salvo of certification rockets.
All right, just so you guys know what's going on on your stream there. They were going to go launch some certification flights, but they had some continuity issues between the launch control and the launch pads. So they got some people going out there to troubleshoot what's going on down there, and then they should be back shortly, and we will continue those flights. What you're about to see on your camera there, or actually now what is being shown, is Polytechnique Montreal driving out to the solids pad with their rocket. So we should be seeing them launch, not momentarily, but it will be soon. They still need to be arming their rocket, and they still need to actually put in the igniter, and they also have to put it on the rail. So it'll be a little bit, but they'll likely be the next solid team off the pad. Just a little update for everyone watching the stream here. We're currently taking a little break so the live stream crew can go and get food. So we have not eaten since 6 in the morning. They're currently testing out they're testing out the ignition circuit on the certification pad, and we will be back before, we will be back before they end up resuming launches there. Alright, welcome back everyone. We're about to go live on the certification pads here. This is I believe a level 1 certification flight that is being flown from the close pads here that we have on the tracking camera.
Round 2. Again, second attempt at this launching the lunar walls. Lunar walls named the rocket. Pressure sensor flight on an H-90. Estimated 1,500 feet.
The expected altitude of this L1 certification, I believe, rocket is 1,500 feet.
Which is the furthest away there. We have continuity. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
We were expecting an ignition there. We're currently waiting.
5, 4, 3,
Trying again. 2, 1. Still waiting on the ignition there at the certification pad. Seems that the igniter has went off. However, we do not see anything on the, we don't see the motor light.
Papa Tango for Shirley. I believe the count is 8. 8 meals and 2 radios. 1 veggie and 1 gluten-free. I'm sorry. Thing of 5.
Roger. The chili doesn't have any gluten in it, so I'm gonna say 5 gluten chilies.
So yeah, we are still waiting on the level 1 certifications. I believe we're going to attempt a launch from a different pad, different igniter, and then we'll go inspect that rocket later. It's flying on an H-90.
We have the tone, the beautiful tone. Launching in 5.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Clean burn. Train up.
Got a deployment. There it comes. Nice job there with that flight. Trying to get it there on the tracking cam as well. Seems to be a good flight there. We're going to be moving on to the next one shortly.
On pad 2, we have Alexander, who's another wannabe Mars people, with a rocket named New Glenn, flying on an H-90 with a GPS barometer.
Rocket named New Glenn from Alexander from Mars, from Toronto Metropolitan University.
On pad 2, we have a nice tone. Countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's unfortunate. Interesting flight. Unfortunate for the flyer. It appears the forward closure from the motor failed, so a lot of flames from the motor ended up going upwards instead of downwards. McGill launched already? No, McGill is currently, I believe they're currently troubleshooting some things. They should be launching relatively soon, though. I believe they're targeting within the next hour or two. Just getting some people out to the certification pads to make sure there's no, there are no small fires started from that failed launch there. And we will resume once they, if there are any fires, once they are put out, and or if they verified that everything is fine.
Alright, so we're doing a L1 cert pad here. Or cert launch, I should say. Let's see, do we have... Alright, we got footage going. Tracking cam. 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Ooh, that's good. The suspense always gets me, you know. Let's go. Nice. Good L1 cert there. Did the chute deploy?
Yes, it did.
Oh yeah, chute deployed. We're good. It's kind of spinning nice and gently down with the orange parachute there. It's nice. Bit of overcast here. Oh, we also have the Klingons here, so we will definitely need to interview them at some point here. We get, for those of you that don't know, here at Launch Canada, we get multiple, you know, like I was saying earlier, individuals with diverse backgrounds. And so I think last year was the first year they came. We have some cosplayers here who dress up like Klingons. And for those of you who don't know what Klingons are, they're from Star Trek, and they see 4 lights. That is some of the extent that I know. I'm more of a Star Wars person, which is a bit of a hot take, but it was my inspiration. Yes, so I'm gonna go down and get some photos. I will be right back, but stay tuned. Thanks. Alright, we're back here, folks.
We're not flying before they come back. It's out there. Maybe actually, yeah, guys.
So Sherbrooke is just heading on down there. Yeah, let's go Sherbrooke. Awesome.
Where's the bag I had? The bag was my receiver. Was my receiver. The one I made. I can ask you. Ask you. Where's the bag? My receiver.
All right. Yep, Matagami 4 person rockets to the pad. And Sherbrooke is setting up video. Awesome. So we have we also have two other MDA volunteers out there getting with the Matagami volunteers right now, and MDA is a proud sponsor of this event, and in supporting outreach for Indigenous communities here, which is great. It's awesome that we have them launching here at Launch Canada. So hope it goes well. They're just setting up the pad right now. Awesome. And so a little bit about MDA Space. We have three divisions. We have our communication satellites. We have our robotic and space operations and space infrastructure. And then we also have our geointelligence line of business as well. And sorry, I've just been corrected. It's metagamy, not metagamy. So apologies for the misconception there. And I'm just going to hand the stream off to Aaron so that I can go on down with the volunteers. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, what's happening right now? All right, yeah, we just saw a couple of successful flights and one off-nominal flight there the launch prior. This last one was a very nice ascent. Now they've gone out to the pad, set up a couple more flights. Range is currently green, if I'm not mistaken, though, so everyone's free to move as necessary. All right. Question in chat here. Do you know if YouTube cheering team can find a roster of upcoming launches? So it's really kind of difficult to have one in advance since the teams pretty much go up when they're ready. We're going to do our best to keep live updates to all of you. Currently, who's on the pad? Yes, currently Polytechnic and Sherbrooke are both on the pad, so their launches will be coming up in just a moment. The pad is still green, so it will be a little bit of time. But those are the two currently queued up. We're also waiting, I believe, to get some feed from Sherbrooke of their own launch. We also know that every other team here is currently here working towards getting queued, but there are a number of steps to getting to the point where they can actually queue up to launch. They have to undergo a safety check with the RSO, and then they have to wait in the queue. They have to wait for things to, the sky to be clear. They have to wait for weather, and after all of that, it takes about maybe an hour to have everything set up and confirmed ready. So in the interim, we can fill the time, but currently it is just Polytechnique and Sherbrooke out on the pads. So they're the only ones that we know are going to launch relatively soon. As far as what I've seen recently, many of the teams are finishing their assembly and integration. I saw Saskatchewan at the safety check, so I imagine they'd be going shortly after these next two teams, maybe in the next salvo. Yeah, a lot of teams are working on their assembly though, so it's hard to tell without asking how close they think they are, and until they get that safety check and they're in line to drive out to the pad, we don't know for sure. Now, if teams are able to, I'm sure they'll update their individual social medias of whenever they're close to their launch. That might be difficult as we are out here in the forest. We don't have any cell networks or internet save for the dedicated Starlink lines. So the teams will update, I'm sure, if they can. But as soon as we know that teams are on the pads, we'll tell you about them. We are still running the live stream with the skeleton crew. We wish we could have maybe a live updated graphic showing who's currently on the queue, but we just don't have enough people to actually keep track of that. So our current footage here is coming from our tracking camera located on top of the range safety officer tower.
I'm gonna grab some food and then I'll try and get that.
Okay. Wait, yeah, thanks for the comment. We're doing our best with the live stream here, bringing the updates to you as they come. Hey, would you like to join on live?
I'm about to walk out. I can join on live for like 20 seconds.
Okay, I'm joined here with Noah Gaffin for 20 seconds, who's about to walk out onto the solid pads. We don't have camera at us right now, but yeah, what are you up to? Yep.
Well, I'm currently about to head out to the pads with University of Saskatchewan
just to see what they're up to. Check their operations out at the pad, but it's really exciting because we're about to have a full rack at the pad. So we're going to have 4 rockets out of the pad at the same time. We got Polytechnique out in their tower, Saskatchewan, University of Victoria, and University of Sherbrooke.
Okay.
So it's going to be exciting times for the live stream. So smash that like button, subscribe, send in the super chats, hit the bell notification. Send some messages in the chat telling Aaron how cool he is for being the commentator for your stream.
Well, subscribe.
And then tune in so you can see 4 rockets launch in decently short succession, coming up in the next half an hour or hour or so.
Yeah,
so
these are some strong teams launching in the next salvo too, so these should be exciting launches to watch.
Yeah. Anyways, all right. Thanks for having me on, Aaron.
No worries.
And
good lunch.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
Good luck. Have safe lunches. All right. Yeah, so that was one of the Launch Canada judges here giving us an update. So University of Victoria heading out to the pad. University of Saskatchewan also heading out to the pad to join both Sherbrooke and Polytechnique. So those are 4 schools all running on SRAD solids. No, excuse me, not SRAD. COT solids, commercial off the shelf of various makes and models. We'll go through before each launches on what specifically they're launching on. We'll talk a little bit about each one though. So University of Saskatchewan's rocket really sticks out to me because they have a rather unique design. That's the specific uniqueness. Not only is its yellow and green color, primarily yellow. At least coming to think of it, reminds me a bit of the Saskatchewan flag actually. But the main thing is its very, very, very large fins, at least relative to the others. And I'm sure they've actually modeled some of the flight characteristics on how that affects their stability while in flight and why they decided to go with that size. So we're all going to be watching very interestingly to see actually if it flies straight, how much it's carried by the wind. We jokingly called them wings at one point. It's like an airplane. The fins are so big. So we're all very, very excited to watch that rocket fly. Sherbrooke, which we're also very excited to watch, I think this is their first competition. And that's really exciting because they showed up like they had been doing this for a decade, 20 years, Their whole rocket was, I imagine they faced all the same challenges as every other first-year team. Because it's really difficult to get all that knowledge to start from nothing and go to something, period. But to go to something of that quality, not just with their really impressive looking rocket, with their SRAD composite layups, but also a really, really interesting biological payload. And I'm also looking at their team here. It looks like their ground comms team. They're waiting to get a link, I believe, from their rocket. I think they're going to try to receive live video. I'm not certain if that's the purpose. But we're really excited to see what they can do. Hoping the best for their launch as well. As your first launch is always your scariest. And once you fail 10 times, you're a little bit less scared. But we want everyone to have a successful flight today. The majority of flights today have been nominal, which you do love to see. And the wind conditions and weather have really been helpful for that. Oh yes.
That'd be good.
Nico, we have the folks from Metagami right
Yeah,
there.
that's a good idea. Do you know what you're gonna ask them?
No. Where's Simon?
They're taking the camera.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, Simon.
Simon's really good. I'll actually trade over Simon.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so I can do that.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Aaron.
We want to get you specific because all of us agree you're the best at this.
When the guy gets
Yeah, I know. Can you also look between left and the sun?
No. Actually, Okay, yeah,
So, okay.
Brendan, are we?
Are you live now? I mean, mics? One mic is hot.
Which mic is hot?
Hello, that's me. I believe that's me.
Howdy, folks. We're back. We needed to get a little bit of food in us. It's been a hectic day, so we're hoping to.
Canada. Yeah.
Exactly. Hoping to see a bunch more launches this afternoon. In fact, we're just seeing some cars drive by behind us here that are coming back from the launch pad. We've just gone to a yellow range, so we have igniters and rockets, but we're not quite yet ready to clear and launch. Nico, what have you thought about the day so far?
It has been, it's a little bit warmer than it was yesterday, that's for sure.
Thank goodness.
A lot more clear skies, you know.
Thank goodness for that as well.
A little bit of an overcast, but it's definitely a much better day in terms of launching. We had U of A there earlier launch Ringo Starr, and we also had, I believe, Laval also launch it. Who else did we have launch earlier today there, Simon?
So we had the University of Alberta, we had University of Laval, we had ETS from École Technologie Supérieure from Montreal. We had.
I know we had at least 3
Queens.
L1 searches. Oh yeah, Queens. Yeah.
We've got. Who else did we have? I'm missing somebody.
Yeah, I'm.
Oh no, Queens was Bessie. We had.
Yep.
ETS was the first launch of the day.
I think
so. We had 2 in the first salvo and 3 in the second, right?
No, I thought we had 3 in the first and then 2 in the second. Because I know we had I know ETS and we had Queens to begin the day, and then we had U of A and Laval, and I think Laval launched first, and then it was U of A. So I think before earlier today, I believe it was ETS and Queens, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and you've been on the tracking cam all day, Simon. You must be exhausted. Is there anything different perspective from that location than from the panel that you can comment on? Is it windy up there?
I mean, the real fun thing is that I'm right next to Chris, our launch control officer, and so I get the first-hand view of all of the countdowns and all of that, which is a lot of fun. You get a little bit of a higher vantage point. Tracking rockets is hard. When things are going over the speed of sound, then they're moving fast. I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah.
We'll have to come up with a better way of tracking rockets for next Launch Canada, but that's a problem for another time.
Yeah.
In the meantime, so at the moment we've got the University of Saskatchewan.
Yep.
We have the University of Sherbrooke. And we have.
I think UBC did their static fire earlier too. That was who.
That was ATS who did their static fire as well. They've had a very successful day.
Yes.
Sounds like they had a nominal static fire. Shortly after, they had a nominal launch. Impressively with a reef parachute. That's hard to do. So. And who is the other team? So we have Saskatchewan, Sherbrooke, and who's the third team on the pad right now? It's UVic.
UVic, yes.
And Polytechnique is also out at the pad right now. They're expecting to go in the near future. We don't really have an idea of their status quite as well because they are launching on their own self-built rail. So you might have noticed in some of the tracking shots when I was panning across, there was what looked like a larger piece of scaffolding. That was the rail that Polytechnique flies. The way that most of the rails that we launch off of work is that you just have a rail button on the side, so it's just a little thing that slots into some aluminum bracket, and that holds your rocket vertical until it can get enough speed so that it's stable enough to fly on its own. Polytechnique went a different direction. They decided that they were going to put their rocket in the middle of a square of rail, And so there's rollers up the side of the rail, and as the rocket launches, it'll launch right through the middle of this and then out into the sky. And so it's, different ways to accomplish the same thing, but it's quite an impressive little, it's quite an impressive, very large assembly, and it's impressive too because it's entirely self-built. I know that they had a little bit of trouble yesterday because they had to go reposition it. They placed it a little bit too close to the bushes around here, and so we were a little bit worried about repeating what happened with McGill last year, where we accidentally caught a couple of bushes on fire, and so they had to rectify that before they were given the okay to set up their rocket on the pad. We also, at the moment, have a bunch of medium-powered rockets. So these are rockets that you don't require certification to launch, and this is quite a special projects that we have coming up here, because they are part of Launch Canada's Rocket in a Box program. So the Rocket in a Box program, for those of you that might not know, is part of Launch Canada's larger goal, which is not just to have a competition, but also to do outreach to the local community and to really build a culture of rocket science here in Timmins, and also with the Matagami First Nation, we are situated on here.
I think they're also getting close to launch as well, Matagami, which should be good.
So the rockets that we have on the pad right now, the medium-powered rockets that we have on the pad right now, are from the Matagami First Nation. Over the last couple of weeks, our wonderful outreach director, Cyril, has been working with some students from the Matagami First Nation and has been constructing medium-powered rocket kits with them. So they are going to go out and set them up, or they have set them up on the certification launch rails that we've seen a couple of launches from, and they'll be launching in the near future. And that was me rambling for 5 minutes.
Nice. Thank you. Love it.
What have you been up to in the intervening time? I know MDA played a pretty big role in getting this Rocket in the Box program off the ground, so you're all decked out in MDA swag again.
Yeah, and we're really proud and really happy to be here. And I'm really happy to be here. My company is really happy to support this endeavor. MDA, MDA Space, we're really happy to support the outreach with the indigenous communities here up near Timmins, with the Matagami people, and with Jennifer, the chief, as well. It truly is an honor to be here and see them launch some of their rockets here too. I think that it's something that we need to do more of in Canada, is help do more outreach for First Nations as well. I think supporting this event is a huge step, but I think that we still have a lot that we need to do going forward as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of the extent. Oh, sorry, what's going on? Oh. So we're looking to...
So it looks like we're going to go towards the Matagami First Nations launch before we get any of our major launches.
It looks like they're launching 3 rockets here as well, which should be good. Simon, do you know what class of engines the Matagami? Yeah.
These are lower class motors. I'm not exactly sure what class of motor, but they are not the level that requires a certification to launch them. To quickly address some of the questions in the chat before we get to these medium-powered launches. McGill has been on and off and on and off and on and off the pad today. They are trying to set up at the advanced launch site, so with the hybrid pads, and and they have had to scrub a couple of times, but it sounds like they're getting closer to launch. We don't really have an ETA for them. Hybrids are difficult to gauge. They kind of will know moments before they fly. As far as ATS's hybrid motor test, that went off without a hitch. It sounds like they had a really good, clean hybrid motor test burn. And then, and we also had a cold flow from the mock team from Toronto Metropolitan University. So it's been a really, really busy day on the launch site here. And as far as the range and launch status, we're at a yellow range, and we're going to launch some medium-powered rockets here momentarily. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
Do you know if the motor that ETS static fired, was that a hybrid motor?
That was a hybrid motor. That's their hybrid motor that's currently in development.
Looking at some of the other questions in the chat. Please advise range and launch status. Oh, you touched that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the static test, I don't know exactly when it happened, but it was about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
Alec, are you going to be on the drone for these mid-power launches? Okay, I'm just we also had 130 to 150. We should be moving on to hybrids as well. Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to have these fires going on, then we're going to be moving over to hybrids.
Okay.
Lots going to be happening.
Sweet. So yeah, we're just getting confirmation here. It seems like there's a lot going on in the very near future. We're going to have the mid-power launches, and then we're going to have a move to the hybrid pad. So we might, in fact, see McGill launch relatively soon, and then after that, we'll have we'll be back on the solids pad and be launching the rockets that are on the rail there. It's quite a busy day. It's good. Nice to get rockets into the sky.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess maybe too, while we're here, we can maybe talk about some of what the teams received in their goodie bags when they actually came to competition. So
you're gonna have to hold it up higher than that, Nico.
Yeah. Can you see it, folks? All right. So they got a Timmins bag from the city of Timmins, I believe. And then they also got a one-of-a-kind tourism book, which I think is great for, if you're not really in the area or used to it, you can kind of see what you can find there. I know yesterday we found that albino moose, as many of you might already know. That was quite spectacular. And another thing that they get are these. It's really innovative. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Simon, but is there some space technology in this? Is this,
I'm not sure, but it does appear to be astronaut ice cream.
Yes.
Specially signed and curated from the mayor of Timmins and the council as a little welcome gift to all of the Rocketeers. It's quite the gift.
Yeah, and this one has actually been in my bag since the beginning of the event, and it still looks like it's quite cold. So very, very impressive little bag there. Yes. And then they also received these one-of-a-kind Launch Canada Launch Canada patch. And then also, that's the logo. And then the one-of-a-kind Launch Canada patch for this year's. And so this year we've had a major focus with the indigenous community, so you can see some teepees there. So, and lots of colors too, which I love as well. I think there's like some northern lights on there as well, which I think is very representative of.
And then for the city of Timmins, there's also the historic A-frame mine tower there.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I might very well be wrong, but I think that was the intent of that logo. It's quite a beautiful one. Again, all created by volunteers of Launch Canada.
Yes. We have a 100 year pin from RCAF.
The Royal Canadian Air Force.
Yep. Which we also have a hat there that I got when I was in Prince Edward Island, actually, funny enough. And the proceeds to that went towards the RCAF as well, which was awesome. And then they also get one of these lanyards as well, also saying your Air Force, votre force aérienne as well. Which is great. It's got their website on the back, so that's always good. And this one might be missing some items.
Oh, it sounds like we're about to have some rockets launching.
Awesome. There we go. And they also get the same stickers as the patches, which is great. They also got some MDA stickers in here, but
Can you make sure that they're on the screen properly, please?
an MDA pen, which is great. So again, doesn't have all the merch from earlier because I was a little late to the party there, to the swag booth. Well, Launch Canada goodie bag booth, I should say. Alright, we have eyes on the rockets, folks.
Aaron, make sure we have the drone camera, please.
You have Waterloo. I don't think they're launching anytime soon. Liquid motor.
No, I think that. So I think the next one to go off the advanced pad would be McGill. And yeah, we'll see about Waterloo afterwards.
Which pad? B? You mean 2?
We're in the medium powered cert launches. Yeah. You can see some of the budding Rocketeers behind us here.
Yes.
So on pad 1 we have Rocket Chief Jenny on a G77. Estimated altitude of 2,000 feet. It's not bad at all.
So if you think about it, that's 1 foot. 1 foot of that would have been the albino moose.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at that bird fly.
I got eyes on this bird.
I still got it.
And I lost it.
I've still got it.
Simon has a knack for this, folks.
I've still got it.
Even Chris on top of the sea can has lost it, but Simon, he's still got it.
It's drifting. Oh my goodness. Jenny, you might have a bit of a walk for this one.
We got no GPS on that one.
It's blowing in this direction. It's sort of in line with the sun right now. Not anymore, I just lost it.
Oh.
This way?
Oh.
And then the red boot is taking it that way. Okay. You would not be the first to fall. What I will say is good luck.
That's the drone.
And Simon, did you see what where Chris was pointing? That this way and that way was?
It launched that way and blew back this way.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So for those on the stream, it launched to your left and then drifted right.
Oh.
Oh, we thought we had it for a second.
Just because we gotta go to lunch and we gotta retrieve this thing, all right?
Okay. On pad 2, we have photography.
So,
The G77.
ooh, I missed the name of that.
We have tone.
We've got an. Skies are clear. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There she goes. That is directly overhead.
And
I've lost it.
It's the problem with launching at high noon is you tend to lose a lot of the rockets in the sun, because the sun, especially when you're far north like this in the summer, the sun is very high in the sky. Whereas, you know, if in the when you're when you're further north in the summertime, the sun is very high in the sky. But if you're very far north, sorry, I should say north of the equator, in the summertime, you know, the sun's very high. In the wintertime, it actually goes very low. And when you're close to the equator, it doesn't change quite as much. So, you know, when you're like the further north you are, you know, you hear about. Oh, sorry.
Go that way. We'll leave the screen to the people who have just launched rockets, so we can keep talking.
Yeah.
We'll be your peanut gallery, but
yes,
you don't have to see our mugs anymore.
Yeah. And sorry, so in you know, you get extremely long days, you know, close to the North Pole in summer, and then extremely short days. Well, sometimes, you know, you'll go weeks on end with actually without any sun if you're not far enough north.
Just to respond to the question here,
yep.
This is the certification launch pad. So it's one of the solid pads, but it's closer to the launch control tower than most.
Okay, on pad 3 we have photography for station. Rocket name is Mustang.
So we've got a rocket named Mustang, and it's again on a G77. Pad is armed.
Good tone. Skies are clear.
Skies are clear.
Countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Blast off. Ignition.
Whoa, that one went off. Ooh, I lost that one immediately in the sun.
I lost it. That one did a little spinny spin, folks, which is always fun. That one went right into the sun, folks. Figuratively speaking.
What goes up comes down, but it doesn't mean you'll find it when it hits.
Chris Hobbs, our launch control officer, just made the very relevant remark, what goes up must come down, but it doesn't necessarily mean you'll find it. We might end up with a couple of rockets and trees. Okay, and that is, the pad is cold, so we are going to sit down and keep chatting.
Love me some chit chat.
Let's see. I think they just said that University of Waterloo will be after McGill on the advanced pad. I do know that they have been ping-ponging. So the way that it works is that you have to clear the pad if you're fiddling with anything with a pressure vessel. And since we have the University of Waterloo, McGill, and the University of Toronto aerospace team all on the same pad. They have been sort of having to negotiate who is working on what on the pad at any given time. So it's not unlikely that we see a number of advanced launches in short succession. As far as UVic is concerned, UVic is currently on the solids pad, so I expect after we go to the advanced pads, we will see UVic's launch in one of the 4 rockets that are currently up on the solids pad as well. So they should be within the next half hour or so. But yeah, we'll
I
let you know.
really enjoyed the interview, actually, the poster session day with UVic, because they're showing me they have metal fins this year.
Yeah, it's pretty unique, eh?
Yeah, you know, like, it's not very frequent that you see that. Usually you'll see, you know, wood or carbon fiber or a mixture of both, sometimes sandwiched there. So really looking forward to their launch, and to see how it goes and see how those metal fins turn out. You know, hopefully their main deploys, and you know, we won't chop any trees down when the fins come. So should be good.
Fingers crossed. I mean, the fins look pretty sharp from the from what we saw at the conference center. They were very. I mean, so most rocket fins are just as easy as a plain sheet of wood. That's something that you can do on a certification launch. Most rockets that you'll see in the university space is will be made out of carbon fiber or another form of composite materials. UVic, like we said, is relatively unique in that they are launching with metallic fins, and the reason that they did that is so that they could better control the shape of the airfoil. As anyone who has ever done anything with carbon fiber or fiberglass is concerned, you'll know that it's very difficult to get a shape, particularly if you have limited resources. And so having a fin that is able to be machined with a very specific tolerance is very important. Do we know when Queens is expected to launch? Queens launched earlier today. They were the 2nd or 3rd rocket off the rail. So they have already flown. They had a successful drogue deployment. They were coming down at about 60 feet per second, which is a bit of a strange velocity. It could just be an error in the telemetry data that they were getting, but that would indicate something like a tangled main parachute or something. Typically, you expect to see a drogue parachute descent rate of about 100 feet per second and a main parachute descent rate of about 35 feet per second. That's slow enough that it will come down softly and sort of not break anything on impact. And they were coming down at about 60 feet per second when their main should have inflated. So it's possible that they had some issue with the recovery system, but that's all speculation on my part, and we'll have to get them on to confirm that once they've returned from recovery. I missed all of that. There's something going on in the launch operations above us, but I totally missed what was being said. It looks like we have some folks coming back from the pad, though, so signs are good that we're making our way towards more launches soon.
Bless you. I was on mute. I unmuted myself to... Yeah,
Oops.
Sorry. Aaron just sneezed.
So Nico, okay, this is not something that we talk about often, and it might be a bit of a bad omen, but do you want to talk a little bit about what happens if things don't go according to plan? What is the terminology around failed launches? What is the terminology around explosions? You know, what are we looking for? How might we tell or have a guess as to what happened to a rocket if things don't exactly go according to plan?
Ah, yes. I believe you tested me on this the other day. Kato. You know.
So what is a Kato?
It's when it doesn't go up. It's.
Do you know what it stands for?
Oh, jeez.
I'm putting you on the spot here.
Test me on my acronyms on stream, eh? This acronym I don't use as much in my day-to-day at MDA, mainly because we have yet to crash, which is great. But
do you want me to put you out of your misery, or do you want to keep
killed?
No.
On takeoff. Takeoff is the last two. I know that.
Takeoff is the last. Yep.
So it's like when it doesn't take off, and I'm trying to when it it's not RUD because RUD is rapid unscheduled disassembly.
That's correct. Yep.
But when it comes to Kato, geez,
it's a catastrophe at takeoff.
Thank you, catastrophe at takeoff.
So we haven't had any yet. Actually, we have had one in the certification launches, but we have seen. So if the motor fails to ignite, if the motor ignites improperly, if the rocket just straight up explodes off the launch pad, that's called a CATO, or a catastrophe at takeoff. And although we don't really like to talk about it, everyone has their favorite CATO. I know I saw a particularly spectacular one at the Spaceport America Cup in 2022 when Purdue's rocket, the motor was not exactly fastened to the rest of the rocket as well as it should have been, and when they lit their motor, the rocket stayed in one place and the motor just went straight through it. It was absolutely incredible, but you feel for all of the people who spent so much time working so hard on that rocket.
So question for you then.
Yeah.
We've talked about Kato, we've talked about RUD. What is a firework considered in that case? Because the disassembly is technically scheduled and planned for.
I guess it would be a RSD. That's not as catchy a tag name, but a rapid scheduled disassembly.
Pyrotechnics.
Yeah.
Mostly, yeah.
The other thing that you will see quite often, the other thing that you will see occasionally is what's called a shred. And this typically happens not because of the motor, but because some part of the airframe was not built correctly. So a fin was not attached properly, or the nose cone fell off or something like that. And you'll see the rocket performing as you would expect, and then suddenly it will veer off course and do some crazy loop-de-loops and shred into a million pieces, hence a shred. This is also sometimes called a RUD, rapid unscheduled disassembly. The RUD is more of a catch-all term as opposed to CATO or shred, which refer to specific things. But yeah, they're both what happens when things don't quite go as planned. We also have, on a slightly less macabre note, we also have things like hang fires. Do you want to explain what a hang fire is, Nico? Do you know what a hang fire is, Nico? Am I putting you on the spot here again?
A little, but that's okay. Hang fire. I'm gonna give my best guess. It's I don't think it's necessarily when you're out in the forest and you're just hanging out with the fire. I don't think that's what a hang fire is necessarily. But I'm gonna guess it's either when you're hanging out around the pad and it misfires, or when it launches and fires. Actually, is that when the main deploys at like apogee, or is that something else?
That's a main at apogee.
Okay, main at apogee. Okay.
No, hang fire is when we've seen this today as well, to a certain extent.
Serious.
So when it kind of like. No? Okay.
No, it's when we light a motor, we try to light a motor, and it doesn't take off the pad. So it could be a defect with the fuel itself, or it could just be that there's a faulty igniter. So ammonium perchlorate, as Chris will tell you, is our launch control officer will tell you, is a very good rocket propellant because it is very hard to ignite. But once it ignites, boy does it go fast. And so what can happen in a hang fire is that you have a little puck of black powder that is used to ignite the motor. And sometimes that will go off, but it won't actually start the motor. And this is one of the most dangerous times in rocketry because you essentially have a rocket motor that could light at any moment, but you don't necessarily know. So the sort of best method of dealing with that is that you wait an appropriate amount of time. You make sure that the motor is not just delayed in taking off. And then you go and you carefully take the igniter out of the rocket, replace it, and try again.
I
That
didn't know that specifically had a name.
yeah, so that's called a hang fire. Because it is hanging there and it might fire at any instant. Going back to the chat, we have, has USST launched? No, they are they're out on the rail, I believe, so they might be launching in the same salvo that UVic is. So within the next half hour or so. Yeah, that's the 4 that are out there, right? We have Saskatchewan, UVic, Sherbrooke,
yeah.
and Poly.
And who was the 4th one?
Polytechnique.
Polytechnique, yes.
So.
Right on.
Yeah.
So we're talking about different Canadian teams, but in terms of actual, Canadian locations, different provinces. Do you want to maybe talk about the different provinces that you've lived in and that you've traveled to, and maybe if you want to rate them?
Oh God.
8 out of 8, mate, or 10 out of 10. Which are your go-to places in Canada?
I'm not gonna disparage any given province like that, but I have been fortunate enough to live across Canada. I spent the first couple of years of my life in Lethbridge, Alberta, shortly after moving from Germany, and then I moved from there to Winnipeg, Manitoba. Lived there for a number of years, then moved to beautiful Jasper, Alberta, where I did most of my growing up. And since then, I've bounced around. I was in Ottawa for university, as you and all of the other live stream crew know. I spent some time in Montreal. My partner lives there, and I'll be moving there shortly. I spent some time in Val-d'Or this winter, as I mentioned yesterday on the stream. I've been lucky. I've been very fortunate to have lived all across this great country of ours, and it makes the rocket launches here a little bit more sweet because you can sort of associate something with every single person. Oh, and I've also lived in Victoria, speaking of teams on the pad right now, for the latter part of my high schooling. So, yeah. Again, has Carleton launched yet? Not yet. I think they were at final checkout recently, so hopefully everything went well there. University of Waterloo, we're still waiting on they are waiting on McGill. So we've got a bunch of things going on at the advanced pads, but we won't have any notice for when they are launching until sort of moments before they're launching. The way that it works with hybrid and liquid rockets is that they have to fill up their oxidizer, or fill up both their fuel and oxidizer, and that is a lengthy, very time-consuming process that requires a lot of checking and rechecking and checking again and double-checking to make sure that you didn't miss anything on the last time that you checked. And so what happens is that they will finally get to the point where they are ready to go, and they will give warning to the launch control officer. And so rather than the launch control officer really having total 100% control over when they're launching, they're a little bit beholden to what the status of the rocket is. And so once the team gives the launch control officer the go-ahead that yes, we are ready to launch, then the launch control officer will kind of put everything else down and try and make sure that they can get them off the pad as quickly as possible, because there is a certain sort of, we don't want a hybrid or a liquid rocket sitting on the pad for too long when it's in a fully fueled and ready to go state. So as far as McGill and University of Waterloo are concerned, we are sort of, they have been getting ready for quite a while, and we're hopeful that they're going to be in a launch ready state as soon as possible, but we're not quite there yet. And as far as OTEC is concerned, we haven't heard anything from them yet. Is that right?
I'm just sitting here. I'm enjoying the launches.
Do you want to come hang out with us?
I am hanging out with you. I'm just sitting on the wrong side, that's all.
Gotta talk to the folks at home, the 150 some odd of you that are dedicatedly.
Home and not here.
That's a good question.
we've got Michelle Wander, who's wandered his way into a lawn chair next to us, who is loving.
Let me finish my banana first.
We'll get we'll get a cameo guest appearance.
Yes, please enjoy your banana.
Will Oranos and Polytechnic launch? They are also on the pad, so they are also close to launching. We are kind of deferring to the advanced pads as far as I understand right now, so they are, yeah, the solid rockets can sit for a little bit longer before we have to launch them. They're kind of dependent on GPS battery life rather than on very volatile fuels, and so they're going to be sitting for a little while before we go too far. Yeah, lots of action. It's always nice to have. I mean, we have all 3 of our launch areas going at the same time. All 4 of our launch areas going at the same time over the last couple of hours. Right? We've had certification launches. We've had static fires. We've had cold flows. We've had solid rocket launches. We're still waiting on the first hybrid or liquid rocket launch, but yeah.
Yeah, and we've had some certification launches too, which is great.
Always good to see more people involved in amateur rocketry. Howdy, howdy. Would you like a headset?
Sure, if I have to.
You're not going to hear anything through it, I don't think, but you will. That is your microphone.
So red means you're muted, and then that means you're unmuted. So you're unmuted right now.
Unmuted. Hello, everyone from home.
Hello, would you like to introduce yourself? Tell us what you're doing here, what your role is.
My name is Michelle Wander. I'm here as a judge volunteering for Launch Canada. I normally work at the Canadian Space Agency as a systems engineer.
Let's go.
That's quite the person to have here. We're lucky to have you. And as I understand, you're also kind of the parachute guru.
I'm the guy with the rubber bands for the parachutes. I've got a bunch right here. I always keep them on me because you never know when you're going to need to pack a parachute. Or eat a granola bar. Yeah, so one of the things I like telling the teams is that flying a rocket may be easy, but recovering a rocket's hard. You need to have your parachutes open, otherwise, you don't get your rocket back. And ouch, that they land very fast without parachutes.
You want to work backwards, right? You want to get your rocket back safe, and then go all the steps.
Yeah, I like to tell the teams, start thinking that you've won the competition. You're standing on, you've won the challenge. You're standing on the podium, giving your acceptance speech. What did you do before that to get there? And that's give the judges your...
Sorry, it sounds like we might have some launches coming up here in a second. Not to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. We're all interested in launches.
Yeah, exactly.
I know they've got 3 rockets on pads right now.
3 or 4?
3.
Oh, okay.
Sirius Sherbrooke, they were having a communication problem, so they brought their rocket back.
I see. Okay.
Wise and a sage thing to do. Don't push it.
No, exactly.
And the other teams, Oranos, Polytechnic.
Yep.
They've got Andrew from Victoria.
Yes,
and,
indeed.
I think it's USST, but I don't know.
Yes, that's correct.
With the big yellow banana, Saskatchewan banana.
Yes, they have some remarkable fins.
Yes,
the largest fins I've seen on a rocket of that size.
Oh, it'll be a stable rocket, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Which, in a high wind, may not be the best thing, as you know.
No, you can be a bit overstable.
People online may not realize that if the rocket takes off the rail and there's a strong wind, the fins will guide it into that wind. And then so you've got the rocket that takes off and then it can cant over. And that makes for a very, very long walk to recover your rocket.
The first rocket that our team ever launched was a rocket called See You Later. And we never did.
Oh, boy.
And that had something to do with the fact that when it went off the launch trail, it pitched about 45 degrees and went off into the New Mexico sunset.
Well, I know that McGill lost several rockets at Spaceport America Cup. And Concordia actually found one of their rockets the next year with a dead rabbit in it.
Oh, my goodness.
And they brought it back for McGill without the rabbit. They took pictures, though. So sometimes you never know. You may still find that rocket.
Maybe. If anyone is wandering through the New Mexico high desert and happens to see a bright red rocket with signed fins and see you later written on it, get in contact. We'll try and... bring it home.
That's of all places at Truth or Consequences, New Mexico.
Exactly.
You know, it's funny actually. In 2018 or 2019, it was one of the rockets that Carlton launched.
Sorry, Nico. I just want to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm gonna go watch this launch.
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah, no problem. Pad 3 is armed. Shut down.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Look at it go!
Blue.
That's a pretty bird.
Yeah. I still see it.
Do you know what one that was? Oh, we've got an
We have
event.
an event. And
That,
oh, there you go. It deployed a parachute.
that looks like a main at apogee, folks. Yeah. So they might be going for a long walk. This looks like a main at apogee, so they released both parachutes at once.
Well, it sounds like the main deployed a bit early. And it's spiraling. It was down, but it has the parachute deployed, and it's coming down a bit gently here.
What team just launched?
So that was for the folks at home. That was Saskatchewan
There
that
we
just
go.
launched.
The hills had no business for them. There we go.
We can see their rocket. It's nice and easy as far as tracking is concerned.
Yeah, and
that was Saskatchewan.
And you know, they really kept it simple this year.
Aaron, where are we going here? Aaron, where are we going here? Huh? Okay. We're going to cover the crowd.
Okay.
We'll put you out of our faces for a little while. Oh,
I thought you were going to say put us out of our misery, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh no. There we go. Oh.
You know, it's circled back around. It might. Yeah, Saskatchewan might get lucky. So pad 4, we have Polytechnique coming up next.
There you go.
So they're going to 23,000 feet on an N2540 motor. Ooh, it'll be a green burning motor, so the flame coming out of it will be a nice lime green.
And sorry, which university is this?
This is Polytechnique.
Polytechnique.
Oronos.
Oronos. Oh, here we go. These guys are
Polly,
clear.
you guys are good to go.
Polly is good to know.
Okay, Polytechnique has given the signal. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I see smoke. Oh, look at it go. Wow.
Very straight. Very straight. Oh, and I've lost it.
We'll wait for a smoke charge. Oh, I see a smoke charge. There's an...
Oh, I see it. Oh, I don't see it.
Look at it go. Oh, I've lost it. Man, we have some perfect conditions, and even then these rockets are hard to see. Me neither.
I really love how you know, each year they don't necessarily pick a color and stay with it. You know, each year, you know, teams tend to choose varying colors, and it's just really nice. That one was very pretty lime green. And the one prior to that was also very, very blue.
Yep.
There's going to be more coming now. No, I'm just thinking. Have another camera.
So we have UVic coming up soon here. We just have to wait. I got nothing.
No,
you'd be able to look at the pad cams and tell which one is UVic's.
Yep.
Here at
I'll be right back, folks.
Here at Launch Canada, you know, we highly encourage people to keep their heads up. You know, not only as encouragement, but also practically speaking, you know, to make sure that you have eyes on the rocket as it comes down. Well, we just lost drone cam here.
So the only rocket remaining on the rail at the moment is University of Victoria.
Andrew 1.
Their rocket is called Andrew 1.
Andrew 1, the Flame of the West.
Flame of the West, as
Lord
Michelle.
of the Rings lore.
Flame of the
Oh,
West.
so we have
War.
2 BC, or no, McGill is the other team with the Lord of the Rings. It's the second Lord of the Rings themed rocket name that I've got. You got to give your rockets cool names. It's a vital part of the process.
Exactly. Or make a good acronym so that no one knows what you're talking about.
Exactly. The funnier, the more punny that you can get, the better. Ooh, it is dusty.
Yes, we encourage puns. It's funny actually. You mentioned dust and puns. Funny story for Halloween this past year. One of our managers he put on an astronaut suit and some you know, Easter bunny ears, and he was a dust bunny. And the reference there is we're talking about like lunar dust. Oh.
86. 86. Okay, so that sounds like the drone.
So it sounds like the that Polytechnique is under drogue. They're at 2,500 feet. So we should see a main deploy sometime soon. Oh, it sounds like we have something.
Main deploy.
Main deploy.
Main deploy.
Where is it?
I'm not seeing it.
I don't see it, but the team does. Oh, there it is. Right over the stumpy tree there.
Volume's down. Yeah, okay.
So it looks like Polly had a very nice soft landing, so provided they have a GPS lock, which it seems that they do, they're going to be able to get their rocket back.
They're going for a long walk.
They're going to go for a while, though.
But that was a nominal flight with
Exactly.
a drogue and a main, so that's good news.
Fully nominal flights, we like to see that. That's the important thing.
Polytechnique! Polly! Congratulations! Great flight!
Congrats, Polly. And congrats from Chris on the LCO stand as well. So now we're just waiting on UVic.
I'm sure Cyril must be happy right now. One of our volunteers who was the MC at Launch Canada for our poster sessions, who's running the outreach right now. He was previously a Polytechnic student. No?
No, he was a McGill student.
Oh, I am so sorry. He must be very angry right now if he's
he's busy.
Me.
He's in
Yes.
medical school orientation right now.
Okay.
I think he has other things to do.
I swear, I thought it was Poly.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. That is the second time on the stream that I've gotten.
We can give our flowers to Cyril soon because hopefully McGill will launch shortly. But
yes,
we're still waiting on that. So when are they allowed to go retrieve the rockets? So that depends a little bit on how many rockets there are to launch. In a case like this, where there's a rocket about to launch, we won't let the teams go out to recover the rockets until the range is cold or the range goes back to green. So both of those are just different ways of saying that there's not a danger to the teams having a rocket falling on their head, because that would be bad. So as soon as the range goes cold, then they will be asked to assemble a recovery team, typically 4 or 5 people that go and our video is over here now. We will have a team go out with the GPS coordinates, find the nearest logging road or access point to the sorry, I'm just listening to the LCO right now. Okay, it seems like people are dispersing for the moment, so we might be waiting a second for UVic. But yeah, so once the range is clear and we're certain that we're not going to land any heads on students or land any rockets on students' heads, then they will be given the okay to go retrieve their rocket. Hopefully they know where it is. Sometimes it's nothing more than a compass bearing, but ideally you have GPS coordinates of the rocket on the ground, and then you can go and pick up your rocket. We're back to crowd cam with a smaller crowd than before. So the likely next rocket to launch is UVic, but it looks like they're also packing up. Yeah, so they would be out here. But it looks like they might have lost telemetry, so it looks like we might be waiting a little bit longer for UVic to launch. And that means that we might be transitioning to the hybrid pad. I don't know how things are going out there. So
actually, do we want to put on some content from earlier interviewing you, Vic?
Sure, we can probably pull that up.
Have you pulled anything up today?
I have not, no.
Okay.
Then we don't have the capabilities to do it because where's the Nikon bag?
Okay, maybe we won't go to an interview just yet, but
pull in one of the volunteers that's around.
Yeah, sure. So, looking across the nation here, for anyone who's from out of country, University of Victoria's, it's a university that's in Victoria, which is on Victoria Island, or Vancouver Island, pardon me, in British Columbia there. And University of Saskatchewan, I believe, is based in Regina, Saskatchewan. that launched here earlier. And Polytechnique is based out of Montreal, Quebec.
Okay, so it sounds like we have confirmation that UVic has scrubbed. So they're pulling their rocket off the rail. The next rockets that we might see launch would be McGill or University of Waterloo, but by the looks of the view that you have in your camera right now, there's still people at the pads, so it's unlikely that we're getting a launch in the near future. Yeah. What were we talking about earlier? We had Michel make a brief appearance. We still need to get him back to teach us how to fold a parachute.
I know we had him yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before that, teach us how to fold a parachute using MDA hat, or not hat, sorry, MDA shirt, I should say, which was a pretty cool MDA CSA collaboration. On top of that, I think we're going to get someone here maybe for an interview. Bear with us. Oh.
What happened?
We haven't been able to hear from Queens in a while, but they're like 6 kilometers out, so I'm not really surprised.
Al, can I spell your name?
A-L-E-K.
Okay, what's your last name?
So we have Alec online here. He is our drone operator, supervisor, manager, and drone
pilot
CEO.
extraordinaire.
Yes, coordinator
more than
finder of albino meese.
Yes,
that's pretty amazing.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we had a couple of little certification flights yesterday. You don't remember the weather, and afterwards we went looking for the the first launch that went up, and seen a white spot in the forest there, and kept on zooming. And you know when you see something you can't recognize, so your brain can't figure out what it is? That's what was happening. And luckily the drone that we have for Launch Canada here can zoom up to 7 times, no problem. It's a Mavic 3 Pro, and then we have a 28 times digital zoom, but degrades of quality. Anyways, kept zooming and just realized, oh my god, we have an albino moose here. I've never seen one of those, and would never expect to see one of those.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Not the most common of creatures, to say the least.
Yeah, I reading online and hearing from the folks at home, apparently it's 1 in 20,000 that you'll see those, so it's
pretty amazing.
Pretty insane, yeah. Very rare.
I don't even think you're allowed hunting them, to be honest.
Yeah, I believe that.
I would consider steering away from albino moose.
Yeah.
How have the drone operations been going? There's a couple of drones in the sky. We have a couple for logistics, and so for a few different purposes. How are drones being operated here at Launch Canada this year?
So we're in the middle of nowhere, as you probably said multiple times before. So the use of drones here is extensive. So right from the get-go, we have to set up these waypoints to transfer data back and forth to get our cameras working. And simply speaking, drones are helpful for just the simple alignment of those dishes, since your GPS gets you pretty far. However, that's not always the best case. Unfortunately, we don't have a good telescopic lens on each of these, and we can climb up nicely and figure out where exactly we're pointing. So just pulling a drone up, finding out where the next waypoint is, which I believe we're about 2 or 2.5 kilometers out that way.
Indeed, yep.
And then just aligning it on our end here. It really accelerated the whole process. It really took a lot of trial and error, and something that last year I think a couple of times would have taken 2-3 hours, really took it down to 10 minutes. So right out the gate, the drone operations have been used for setup here, for helping plan things out. Obviously, recording, live streaming, taking great Rocketry videos has been beneficial.
Absolutely.
And just about every team here has a drone that they want to fly to get their own recordings, to figure out exactly their footage they want for their own promotion. So it's been very beneficial, and luckily I've had a lot of cooperation from all the other operators. And in addition to that, something that's really been great this year is with this larger drone, we have a special flight operations certificate, so we can actually go up to 3,000 feet and 2 nautical miles horizontally beyond line of sight and above.
That's lovely.
Above 400 feet. So there's that, and in addition to the
flying at an advertised event. So it's been very beneficial to operating here with the larger drones, being able to get great footage.
Do you see that expanding over the next couple of years, or do you think this is sort of the already the happy medium?
Well, 2 years ago in Cochrane when we were flying there, well, we didn't have anybody flying a drone there, and then last year was kind of a trial of that, and we had maybe 3-4 people flying with drones, and then this year there's an excess of 12 people flying their own drones, and I'm sure next year there's going to be probably around 15 to 20. So
busy
sure
airspace.
Yeah, for sure. So just make sure everybody's coordinating, make sure everybody is talking, and make sure we're flying responsibly and safely. It's the biggest concern here.
That's very reasonable. I just want to address what Chris is saying in the comments here. So we have a clean main deployment by Oranos, looks like a nominal flight, and University of Saskatchewan, their rocket landed near our road closure position, so they can go and drive right up to their rocket. I thought they would have a very long walk. McGill and U of T are both very close to launch. It looks like they're still at the pad though, so we've still got some way, unless that frame is frozen. I can't exactly tell if that person is moving or not. So we might still be a ways, but yeah, lots of time to talk.
Yeah, I know Peter hopped on the radio there earlier. They were hoping for around 2 o'clock to start filling, getting ready.
That's good. RSO to LCO.
Okay.
Sounds like we might have another team going out to the solid pads here.
I believe we have a certification flight. Somebody's getting ready down there as well.
Oh.
Okay.
And these little certification flights have been a real big pull for a lot of individuals who are trying to get their rocketry license.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm going for one myself. We'll see if it's successful or not, but it's a really good draw for an event like this. I can't quite tell what team that is going out, but somebody's going out to the pad there. Yeah, hopefully we get some action on the advanced pad soon.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to throw all 3 hybrids up at the same time, and then I'm sure the 2 stages are going to be a little bit more separate, but...
Whoa. Oh, we almost had somebody rip by the traffic cop, our LCO. So McGill and U of T, you said they were going to aim to start fueling at 2?
I think that's what the plan was. Obviously, we're not there. It's hard to really tell what's happening.
Exactly. But it seems like they're very close to fueling up.
Yep. There's a lot of checklists. There's a lot of procedures behind those experimental rockets. A normal solid rocket has its own set of checklists and paperwork to do with it, even just arming it. And I couldn't imagine what it looks like on their end of things.
And it looks like OTEC and UVic are headed out to the pad. So UVic going for the second attempt. Or I don't know, they might be pulling their rocket back in actually. And OTEC is headed out, and hopefully we'll see them launch today as well. So we've got, okay, so Chris is confirming that we have checks going on from McGill and U of T. We have a whole lot of people yelling a whole lot of things right now. So
it's a stressful time for sure.
Always chaos.
Do you remember doing it? You were here for a competition, or you're at Spaceport?
I was only at Spaceport. I didn't make it up here.
Just as stressful though. It doesn't really change much.
140 teams trying to launch rockets for 5 days. It's just nuts.
Everybody's just caffeinated and trying to get any last second work done.
Either caffeinated or sunburnt or both or dehydrated or tired. It's
stressful.
It's stressful.
Stressful. And you have people yelling, you have people like the LCO here who's needs to make sure everything's operating properly, so they're under a lot of stress. Range officers, everyone here is really trying to get birds up in the air, but making sure to do it as safely as possible, which is...
Everything goes one step at a time, and it's important to keep that in mind, but boy oh boy, as a student, you feel like, why is this not going faster? it looks like Carlton is going out to the pad as well, so we'll see. I mean, typically we say about a half hour from going out to the pad to launch, but with the advanced pads being where they are, I think they might take precedence at this moment. So
Yeah, for sure.
For Carlton and OTEC, it might be a little bit of a longer wait. That's a rocket that I know very well. Hi, Carlton! This is, for those of you that don't know, this is the McTriple rocket. It's such named because in 2022, we launched that rocket at Spaceport America.
That very same one.
That very same one.
Wow.
Kind of. So at the time, it was called McNominal.
Is there an ironic naming scheme here?
We have, all of our rockets are ironically named. And we took that rocket home and never expected it to fly again because it had come down under drogue. But they replaced some parts, got it back into a flight-worthy state, dubbed it McDouble, and brought it to Launch Canada and launched it. And then they said that was the last time that it was ever going to launch.
Wow.
And they've brought it back again this year.
That become McTriple?
Yep, and it's become McTriple. I think the only original part remaining is the nose cone tip, but I could be wrong on that. They'll have to confirm that after their launch. But it's a bit of a ship of Theseus, so. So just to respond to Bill, it looks like it might be all 3 teams up on the advanced pad. I know they were trying to get as many teams up at once at the advanced pad just so that they could do all of the things concurrently. But we'll.
We have a mock ready for a hot fire imminently.
Ooh, do you want to get on the drone for that?
I'm gonna go do that.
It sounds like Mach is about to do a hot fire test of their motor. So we're gonna let Alec go and fly a drone over there. Hopefully we'll get some footage of that for you guys.
And I see there's a question in the chat asking when the launch window closes for darkness. I think yesterday we ended a little bit early. It wasn't dark at any point, but just not the best weather. Today I think we're closing.
I believe our waiver goes up till 4 or 5 p.m. Again, we'll have to check with Adam to confirm that. He was on the phone with Transport Canada yesterday after we finished launching for the day. Yeah.
And
Aaron, do you want to go to drone only? Huh? Do you want to go to drone only, Ken? It's on there. Yeah, but just the drone. Sorry, dude. Sorry, I just really hurt my hand.
You good? Yeah.
Do you want to join?
I don't look the most.
So
whatever, but that's okay.
We have Chief Jenny
Are you
here.
still?
With the metogamy people.
Yeah. Sorry.
Mine?
Yes.
Jennifer Constant.
So there's-
JENNIFER. Constant CONSTANT.
So your microphone is muted just here when it's red.
Okay.
And then you can just press to mute or unmute. No stress.
No worries. Nah, you're doing great.
I don't know if you can see. Did I do that correctly?
TON.
So concurrently to this, we also have the University, Toronto Metropolitan University, we're test firing a rocket.
Okay. So I just press this to talk?
Yeah. Well, you can press it once and it'll unmute and then
Okay.
So yeah, we're lucky here to have one of our VIP guests with us. And also, I mean, I suppose we are also in a sense guests here. So this is Chief Jennifer Constant from the Metogamy First Nation, one of our major major partners in this event. Do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself. What's your how has your week been so far?
So I'm really excited to be here. I think this is really wonderful for Metogamy to be in partnership with Launch Canada to be doing this. It's the second year of these events. This year, we were fortunate enough to have a small team participate and launch our smaller, I think they're called Mustang rockets.
Yeah, mid-power Mustang rockets.
And we kind of lost them though because they went a little bit higher than what we thought they were going to go, which was really, a great thing for us because they had power, but hopefully we'll be able to recover them somehow, some way, if possible. But yeah, this week has been really great, and I know for next year we're really hoping that we have a much larger team of youth that come out and participate. We'll see what we're able to do, and hopefully have more people really participating in the actual challenge itself. But this year, this is really great. The weather's beautiful. I'm hearing a lot of really positive things from the participants, and I know today we had our rockets launch, but tomorrow we have some of our grade 7 and 8 and I think JK students or the young kids coming. And then we have our grade 1 to 6 students coming with our local elementary school. And I believe on Thursday. And we have our high school students also attending on that day as well. So, we have approximately 35 kids in our elementary school and then about another 25 high school students. And this is really a wonderful opportunity for them to come out and just see all the teams here doing their thing and how serious they are and how dedicated they are to making their own rockets.
It's definitely, it's one of those things. When I was a student, a huge part of our role was convincing people that they could do it too. It looks, there's a reason that we say it's rocket science when something is really difficult, but it really isn't that hard. And so it's really important to get students the exposure early to rocketry and to show them that they can do it too. And I think that's something that Adam Trumper, the president of Launch Canada, has really emphasized to us is that we really want to make sure that Matagami is involved with this, that Timmins is involved with this, that we're really sort of building the community here and not just sort of showing up, launching a couple of rockets and leaving again. And so I'm really, really thankful that you guys are such willing partners in this. It's been a really cool experience.
It's neat though. It's experiential learning too. Like the people get to do and create things and then watch it. Mind you, I know that the university spend years doing some of their stuff, but for the smaller competition as an introductory, that's such a wonderful experience for them. Even us watching our rockets go up, that was exciting to see. So
your heart kind of jumps in your throat
and it's
for a second.
Oh my goodness, I made that. So yeah, I want other students from our community to be able to experience that, and hopefully it inspires them to get into maybe engineering, mechanical engineering, any of the other fields that go along with this type of research and development and design. That's my hope for that to occur. But really great, and what a beautiful site for it to be happening on. I see people blueberry picking and they're just loving it. So it's really, really wonderful.
It's absolutely great. I've been noticing all of the fireweed around. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah,
yeah. That was one thing that we don't necessarily get back in Toronto is the fireweed and the blueberries are definitely especially nice, and it's really awesome that we're able to launch the rockets here, and we really appreciate you letting us do this on your land as well. It's awesome.
It's an honor for us to do that because it's just something really cool. I don't know how else to. It's something really cool, and it's in our in our territory, and why wouldn't we want to do this? It's just a cool thing to do. It's any of our members that we speak to, they're like, this is so awesome, and it's we get to go out and see this. It's in our territory, and whatever else it helps to build. And position ourselves for is what I'm looking forward to as well, because there might be some other opportunities there. I know, and I'm just going to speak, in speaking with the mayor, we were talking from Timmins, just talking about how really neat and unique this is, and how fortunate we are to be able to host something like this in the region, and us talking about I know we do a lot of mining and all of that, but there's opportunity here for you never know what else, right?
No, absolutely.
And we can position ourselves quite well to help potentially be that. So that's one of the things that I think is even more exciting as well.
So not to put you on the spot, but if you had 2 dreams and a wish going forward for this this competition, this event, this.
I think, Launch Canada, I think everyone is doing a great job at really promoting it, and the level of production that's taken place is really excellent. I think the interest from the public and the participation, that would be one of my wishes, that there would be more participation. And then also from my community, I would like to see an official team from Matagami
That would be
come
incredible.
forward and participate in this and be able to participate in the challenge. And then the wish part, did you say 2? How did you say it?
I said 2 dreams and a wish. I was thinking rosebud thorn. I don't know
Okay.
that 2 stars and a wish. I don't know.
I think-
two good, 1 bad, or
I don't know if there
one
would be
room for improvement.
I think just expanding on what's really working really well right now, and yeah, I mean, I can't really think of anything that's negative. I mean, finding our finding our lost
You're
rockets
gonna have
would
a-
be one of them. But if that's the sacrifice we have to make, then I guess we're okay with that, as long as it doesn't do any harm.
We might be here at Launch Canada 2028,
Yeah.
and you'll stumble across the rocket.
We found our rockets. No, I think it's just really great, and I'm hoping what it does is it lends a lot of I'm going to say credibility, but opportunity to everyone that's here organizing. And I mean, for all the students that are here, it's giving them an opportunity to test out, what they're learning in school, and it's just cool. I don't know how else to say it.
No.
Apart from that, this is the stuff that I was mentioning on Sunday. MBA Space, Launch Canada, came down to MDA Space sponsored it, and Launch Canada came down with some volunteers to do the rocket making course. And I was supposed to go there just to do a greeting, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to stay because I want to make a rocket, because I think it's so cool, and I wanted to be there with the kids as they kind of did all the different stages of building one, to gauge kind of how they're doing, but also so that for future opportunities to be able to say, okay, let's really be serious about this and put in a team and participate in something really fun right in our backyard, in our territory. And that's part of my role as a leader as well, is to show people that it's okay to have this kind of excitement and to really immerse yourself into the opportunities that are presented. So if it wasn't sponsored, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. We wouldn't have seen our rockets go up. So that's something that, to appreciate the value of that and show people that it's okay to be excited about that kind of stuff and really participate. So I'm hoping next year you're going to see a larger team. I'm making sure we get all of our own swag, so who the Matagami folks are, and that's even something to get them to buy into. It's like, why don't you be part of our team? It's a cool thing to do, and it's a cool opportunity right in our own backyard to participate in something that's really unique. So yeah.
That's awesome.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for that. I really, really hope that there's a high school team from Matagami. We have one high school team already. A second would be incredible.
It would be so neat. We'll aim at that. That'll be our goal. That'll
There
be
you
our goal
go.
for next year.
Outside of Launch Canada, are there any initiatives that you'd like to discuss? Like, I know we talk about getting students involved in STEM. Is there any plans for maybe a makerspace to come to your territory?
I don't know what a makerspace is.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. No.
See, this is how new it is to me. I love all this stuff, but what is it?
So a makerspace is feel free to jump in at any point, Simon. It's essentially a little lab area that they'll put a bunch of 3D printers in and just kind of make it
An open access workshop.
Open access workshop, so to speak.
So we own a 3D printer at our local high school.
Oh, that's
Ooh,
awesome.
nice.
So I absolutely, that would be wonderful. I know we have a partnership right now with Algoma University for a STEM camp. We haven't been able to deliver that this summer because things have been really busy. But our aim is during the summer months, even if we have our high school students on board, if any way that we can engage our students during the school year or in the summer months to doing STEM related activities, we are all on board for that, and we want to see them participate because
Cool.
not everyone wants to sit behind a desk and do whatever. Some people want to do the very
I'm
hands-on stuff.
sorry to interrupt.
No,
I
that's
think
fine.
we might have a rocket
Okay.
going. Oh, it sounds like it's going to be one of the smaller certification launches, if I'm not mistaken. If you want. 2, 1. Wow, that's a smoky rocket.
Oh.
There's
See,
the parachute.
I
That's
thought
what we
ours
needed.
was supposed to be doing that.
Very nice.
Goodness.
Ours went intergalactic. We don't know where ours is.
There you go.
But
So
yeah.
that- discussing like STEM opportunities for folks in high school. I know for myself at least, in at my high school back in Alberta that I was in, we our high school had a robotics team, and so we have like there's multiple levels that you can compete at. I know like our grade 9 class were competing in the Lego Mindstrom, so they build these Lego robots with these like parts that are already provided for you. So and then they can design based off that to kind of how to assemble it and how to very basics with like sensors and just tools to get high school students involved. And then I know with Vex Robotics they had it's a little bit more involved. They have robots that they have Vex parts instead of just Lego parts, so they're a little bit more custom. And it involves lots of sheet metal, and they have a different competition each year as well. And for us, our year was like one that was called Nothing But Net, where they just shoot a bunch of these little foam stress balls into little baskets. And so it's really cool seeing like not only rocket designs start to finish, but these little robots, like the little tasks that they can do, from start to finish, and how they perform. And it's not limited to just the mechanical aspect, but there's also programming involved as well to program the autonomy portion of the course, where the robot goes and performs tasks on its own, which is really cool.
So I know that our local high school in Matagami, we have a high school, it's a big classroom that all the students participate in. Right now, I believe we're signing on with a TVO program to have a high school program accredited courses delivered. And Ian, our teacher, actually was getting robotics happening in the classroom.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so he's really great. We don't ever want him to leave us because he's got an enthusiasm and an excitement, and at that level where it's introducing the students to a lot of things that I don't even see them participating in, like in local high schools. Not to say that students don't have that opportunity in Timmins, but it's more self-directed. Whereas this one, because it's such a smaller classroom, they have the opportunity just from someone else. Someone else is taking it, just by virtue of being in close proximity to them, you're actually, learning about that particular subject as well. So it's really neat that we have that opportunity. And again, just having been here, Ian's like, I think I'm going to start getting the robotic stuff. He's like, I started doing it, but I think I'm really going to start getting more into getting the students involved in it and hopefully inspired in it as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it comes from passion too.
Yeah.
Kids who are like excited about it are definitely going to be well invested in whatever their craft may be. Whether it's cars, whether it's robots, whether it's rockets. It's really exciting seeing seeing how some of those students can, like, some of the innovative like, excuse me, innovative devices that they can come up with. It's really an exciting time to be alive to see that come to fruition, for sure.
Yeah, and one of the other things too is that as a leader, my role is really to help kind of navigate. I mean, I don't know everything as much as maybe some people
No
think
one
that I
does,
think
right?
that. I don't. I'm a student of the world as well, right? And I've gone into the school, our local elementary school, or high school rather, and I plan on going once the school year starts fully next week for the elementary school, and really going in and engaging them to help them kind of, I just think I'm just me, but I realize that I have a bigger role with helping, introduce the kids to different opportunities and even ways of thinking, that there's so much opportunity out there. And I'm trying to leverage that for them so that they have really great opportunities in really dynamic fields of employment opportunity, their interests are, so that they can find a linkage or a path to those places and see if that's really what they want to do. So me participating, I'm doing it A, because I'm interested, but B, because I am a leader and I should be here showing them that this is something that they can all participate in as well. So I'm hopeful that that's what this myself being here lends itself to that. In talking with the youth, they're really, I went in and taught them how to cook a meal, and they were like, I can't believe you came in. It's like, of course I'm going to come here.
Yeah.
Like, this is good stuff. You should know how to do these things. So just that simple, going in and doing that, getting feedback from that, I was like, okay, so this really means I want to inspire them and ignite some interest in them, and say, okay, I'm going to come with you. Let's go do this. Let's create. I mean, it's my own self-interest as well with this particular thing. But if that means that it gets a youth that would otherwise be too shy to do it to come and participate, then that's a win for me. So that's why I'm very next year we're going to have team metogamy. We're going to have our own outfits. We're going to come. We're going to bring our flag. We're going to do everything, and we're going to be here. If that's what it takes to get a youth who may have an interest but is too shy to participate, then that to me is a win, and we'll be hopefully exposing them to some opportunities that broaden their minds and all kinds of opportunities throughout hopefully their lives. So yeah.
As a shy kid from a small town myself, I thank you for that.
Yeah, because sometimes all you need is someone just to say, hey, I don't want to do it because I don't, whatever. It's like, you don't have to say anything. Let's just go.
Yep.
Participate, do it. I had a talk too with another youth about her saying well, I want to go into this field. I said, well, what if you get there and you don't like it? Part of your role as a young person is about becoming, and becoming means you go and try out a bunch of different things, and you don't know what you're going to be good at until you try those things. And this is exactly with this type of education, design, even just participating in it. You don't know until you actually do it.
Yep.
I used an example. We went and did a staff thing this February, and the staff were after we did our it was strategic planning, it was really long and drawn out, and so the staff that were participating were like, let's go do axe throwing tonight, and I'm like, it doesn't sound interesting to me. I am not interested, but I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go along because I should. We did a whole long day. It's the team building thing. Let's go. Well, I'm actually really good at axe throwing. I was like, after two things, I was like, I love this.
That's awesome.
So it was so fun that, so we have an event called Beaverfest. They put axe throwing in it. They built a whole thing for that. So, and it's even myself at my age, I'm, you have to participate in things because you never know what's going to be fun. I mean,
absolutely.
I don't own axes yet, but I think I might. but I use that as an example with the youth. I'm like, I didn't know I liked doing that. I said, and it brought me joy, and I'm actually really good at it. I'm like, and you don't know unless you participate. And I'm like, that's what becoming is. You want to be a singer, you got to practice and see if you can. You want to, design stuff, you have to practice and see if you're good at it. And that's ultimately what I'm hoping even if they don't, like if say they get involved in this and they don't find it's their strength, at least they tried, right? And they're exposed to it.
Yep. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly. So, and it's a cool thing to say. I went and I did this stuff, and maybe I didn't do well, but I have friends now that are on that path, and they hopefully end up with really promising careers in that area, or they're contributing to the greater good of like research and design or development. You never know what it'll lead to.
So can we expect a axe throwing component to the Metagamy First Nation team next year?
They honestly probably would come down and do something. Maybe that's something where one of the evenings you guys just come out and we can host something like that. We could do that.
Yeah. If you talk to Adam, I'll talk to Adam.
Yeah, I will.
we'll get
so
that
we
going.
have Chelsea and Brandy who are part of the committee that brought that element to our last festival. And they said a lot of people, they had such a long lineup, and she's like, I think we need to shorten the times, and she's spray painting the targets. I'm like, we can just get printouts, and then that way people can take it home with them and show exactly what they were. But yeah, I'll see about that. And we'll welcome you guys all there and maybe have a dinner and
Awesome.
Just be able to do some fun stuff.
Great. Fantastic. Well, we don't want to keep you indefinitely if you need to run. Then it's been lovely talking to you.
Yes.
And thank you so much again.
Yeah, and we'll see you next year because I'm not going to be back tomorrow or Thursday. So I hope you have a good rest of your week.
Thank you.
I hope the students that come out tomorrow have a great day. They're really friendly kids, so you could just be like, hey, I hear you're from Metagamy, and they'd be like, yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, so I'll see you all next year.
See you then.
Okay, thank you for having. Yes, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
And if you find my rocket, let me know.
Will do.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, we'll see you guys later.
See you later.
See ya. Thank you.
Okay, so just to catch you up on what's going on the stream, we have a static fire from Mock. The second time they've done it today. So, yeah, that's what you just saw in the split screen view. So far, it seems like everything went nominally there. It sounds. We also have U of T, University of Waterloo, and McGill fueling, as far as I can understand. Sorry, I'm trying to read the tea leaves from the snippets of audio communications that I've heard. But yeah, we should have some activity on the advanced pads relatively soon. Do we have people out at the advanced pads right now, or are they still... Like, the one with the tent, is there people there? Okay, so then we're not quite in the launch is imminent stage yet, but we are getting close. And it looks like that's Carlton setting up at the solid launch rail. So we've got an afternoon of more activity for you.
There you go. Speaking of activity, do we want to maybe say hi to my mom?
Oh God. Is your mom on stream?
Yeah. Hi Mom, we're live.
Hi Nico's mom.
We're live here. Okay, thank you everyone.
Thanks for humoring us for that. We have greetings from Germany. Is Joey an RFA employee by chance? I know we have a couple of RFA affiliated people with us here, but it's getting late for you guys. My goodness.
No kidding.
Oh, okay, it's not too bad yet. 8 p.m., 8:30. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were listening for something or not.
Hi, Alex.
Nice. Yeah, some of you might be wondering, I see we have no comments yet about the puffin on the table.
I don't know that the puffin is visible, my dude. I think it's below the screen.
That's why no one's been talking about it. I have this nice little Soyuz mug that I got from Kennedy Space Center last year, And inside we have a little puffin. I haven't named him yet, so if you in the chat want to come up with a name, hi Simon. Okay, we're not naming him Simon. But
Hi, Mateo.
I did get this from Deer Lake, Newfoundland. It's very pretty place out there. Would recommend. But yeah, they actually they don't have as many puffins on the red flag. Okay, bear with us, folks. They actually don't have any puffins on the west side of Newfoundland, but they're more popular on the east side.
No, absolutely not. I can't say that on stream, but that has some. So both Alex and Mateo are members of the team that I used to run with Brendan, actually. In the.
I mean, if we were to name the puffin fuse, like fuselage, or a fuse for a rocket, that's not too bad. I'm not sure what that acronym on screen. If it is an acronym, I'm not sure what that indicates, but
no, you have not missed McGill. We're still waiting on them. The hybrids and liquids are being temperamental.
Yes. Look at all the
Alex, you do realize that I can out your launch console shenanigans here, right?
Oh.
I hold the power.
There we go. And the shenanigans continue. Love it. It's quite funny. Yesterday they had some.
There are other Alexes?
Shenanigans going on yesterday, where or not yesterday, but the other day at the poster session, where they're putting stickers on each other's rockets.
Yep, the Canadian teams are well known for their enthusiasm, to put it in kind terms, at competitions. And we have seen University of Ottawa around. I don't think they've been out to the pad yet, so I don't know if they've even gone through final safety. It's getting relatively late in the day, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're if it's going to be another day. But we'll keep our fingers crossed, and we'll let you know if we see anything from University of Ottawa.
Spell? Oh, yeah, we can get him. Bear with us, folks.
Oh, speak of the devil. Hi, Kevin. So okay, so it sounds like the advanced pad is on go, like they have been given the go ahead by the launch control officer. Oh, okay, that's U of T starting to fill, sorry. Okay, so U of T is starting to fill. It'll be another 45 minutes before they're full.
Well, but think of it this way. You have UBC ready to go.
Someone else want to take switchboard and I can move for a bit? Sure. Is this what you just gave me, or is this?
That's the one that I gave you.
Johan is indeed an inspirational fella. We've been very fortunate at Carleton to have some very good people as part of our team. So it looks like, as far as the advanced pads are going, there's no rush. We're still filling, still trying to figure things out. 45 minutes sounds like a pretty reasonable expectation, but
Good afternoon, Simon.
Howdy, Aaron. How's it going?
It's been worse. We got a pretty gorgeous day, and I can't believe the weather has held up this well.
Yeah, it's been pretty.
How many? We're probably almost halfway through the universities, right?
We've had a good number of teams launch. We'll have to total them up at the end of the day, but
Because it's how many in total? 31?
I think there's 20-something.
20-something, okay. Yeah, by the end of the day, we'll definitely be over half, and it's only day 2, and no launches yesterday.
You're receiving shoutouts in the stream.
Hi, hi guys. Hi, Alexander, Jane, and Mateo.
5 minutes is perfect. Okay, I can do 5 minutes. Hey Noah, you want to come be on stream?
What do you want me to talk about?
Whatever.
Tell us about your collection of interesting items, because everybody has a collection of interesting items.
Frequent guest to the channel, Noah Gaffron.
Friend of the pod.
Friend of the pod.
Okay, someone turn on my mic. I always forget which button it is.
I think you're live already.
Mike is hot, sir.
Mike is hotter than the sun, beating down on the back of my neck right now.
And Nico, if you want, do you know how to change the name bars on the channel? Don't worry about it, just leave it on.
Yes, it looks likely that the teams on the advanced pad will launch today. They are all in one form of filling their rocket or another, and so
we just heard from Chris upstairs. I don't know if you guys did that. Teams have like backed away from the pads at McGill, or not at McGill, at advanced areas, and McGill will be the next rocket to fly. So after that, then it would be, I believe, University of Toronto. But after McGill flies, it'll be like a little bit of a wait because it takes University of Toronto like a longer time to fill their rocket with
do you know when the launch waiver ends for this? I think it's at least until 5.
So yeah, the latest that launches will probably happen on any given day is like around 5. It's very unlikely that any launches will happen after 5, especially early on in the week. I believe the authorization can go longer, but it stops being a question of the authorization and more of like the amount of personnel that are here at the site. Yeah.
We're all volunteers.
Yeah.
We all need to eat.
We need so many things. We need the launch controls. We need the range safety officers. We need the people at the roadblocks to keep the ballistic zone clear. We need the fire department from Matagami. All sorts of stuff. And we need the live stream. We don't need me.
Live stream is a critical. Come on, you're a judge. We need you more than anything.
I've done 3 of my 4 teams have already flown. And
Sneak
the fourth
peek
one
of the
fourth one won't be done until the 4th one isn't here right now. They'll be flying tomorrow.
So what team do you think is winning?
I think we are all winners.
We're
all winners. The winner is you, the viewer. Like and subscribe. Smash the like button.
We still need to get to 1,000 subscribers.
Man,
so if you're
that's
in
such a
this
shame.
stream
200
chat
viewers are being
and you're not subscribed to Launch Canada, I expect you to subscribe to Launch Canada.
Such a shame that 200 viewers are being forced to look at me.
I have I do actually have a question.
Look,
I apologize.
That's how I feel about this entire
I have something
endeavor.
all of us can definitely contribute to, because we all spent our tenure on an undergrad on a rocket engineering team, right? I mean, with myself, it was at Carleton. You spent some time at Queens, and you spent some time at Carleton.
A little bit of time at UBC as well, for me.
So,
I'm just gonna go see if my car alarm is going off. Be right back.
So one thing I want to know is, a lot of these teams, on the outside they look pretty professional, but we all have those nights in hotel rooms where we're finishing our rocket, or buying, a Dremel to fix a fin last minute.